didn't know. I thought. I didn't know. I thought. I didn't know. I thought. I didn't know. I thought. If she wouldn't have. I thought. If she wouldn't have. I didn't know. I thought. 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 I didn't know. I thought.
Until we accept reality, we can't make any progress.
It's a shame. I was comfortable there. It was all fun while it lasted, but
sneeze every time I think of it.
Well, welcome everyone. I'm so glad you are all here. Welcome to Spooky Scary Saturday. Glad you guys made it. And I'm glad to be back. Holy heck. Yeah, it's been a little while. I went to the beach. It was a good time. Celebrated my birthday a little bit. I was glad that we got to celebrate on my actual birthday on Tuesday together, but wanted to have a little family time as well. But yes, we are here. That was my new intro for Freaky Fridays, or just this event in general. Hey, thanks, Pi. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, that's the new theme. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I made it extra spooky and especially scary just for you guys. I am pretty proud of it. I worked pretty darn hard on it. Was working on it up until the stream, pretty much. So got it done in time, and hopefully I'll have the sci-fi Saturday or the sci-fi theme done as well for tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see though. We'll see. Heck yeah, man. I'm glad you liked it. But yeah, we're here. I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready to get into reading. I haven't read aloud in far too long, it feels. So yeah. Let's jump into it, shall we? I figured we could start off with some H.P. Lovecraft, but not his usual writings. We're gonna start off with his a poem of his, which I think will be quite good. Let me start the horrific ambience though. Just as a check, is everything sounding okay? When it comes to audio wise, I think the visuals are pretty alright. Snoopy is on fire again. I figured, we're coming back. He was a little too cool for school. So he needed to warm up a bit. All right. Yeah, let's jump into it. We've got A Cycle of Verse by H.P. Lovecraft. 1. Oceanus. Sometimes I stand upon the shore, where ocean vaults their effluence pour, and troubled waters sigh and shriek of secrets that dare not speak. From nameless valleys far below, and hills and plains no man may know, the mystic swells and sullen surges hint like accursed thaumaturges. 1,000 horrors, big with awe, that forgotten ages saw. O salt, salt winds that bleakly sweep across the barren, heaving deep. O wild, wan waves that call to mind the chaos earth hath left behind. Of you I ask one thing alone: leave your ancient lore unknown. 2. Clouds. Of late I climbed a lonely height, and watched the moon-streaked clouds in flight, whose forms fantastic reeled and whirled, like genii of a spectral world. Thin Cirri veiled the silvery dome, and wavered like the ocean foam, while shapes of darker, heavier kind scudded before a demon wind. Oh, I suppose it was supposed to be kind. While shapes of darker, heavier kind scudded before a demon wind. Methought the churning vapors took, now and anon, a fearsome look, as if amidst the fog and blur marched figures known and sinister. From west to east the things advanced, a mocking train that leapt and danced, like bacchanals with joined hands, in endless file through airy lands. Aerial mutterings dimly heard, the comfort of my spirit stirred, with hideous thoughts that bade me screen my sight from the portentous scene. Yon fleeting mists, the murmur said, are ghosts of hopes denied and dead. 3. Mother Earth. One night I wandered down the bank of a deep valley, hushed and dank, whose stagnant air possessed a taint and chill that made me sick and faint. The frequent trees on every hand loomed like a ghastly goblin band, and branches against the narrowing sky took shapes I feared, I knew not why. Deeper I plunged and seemed to grope for some lost thing as joy or hope, yet found for all my searchings there naught save the phantoms of despair. The walls contracted as I went, still further in my mad descent, till soon of moon and stars bereft, I crouched within a rocky clift, so deep the ancient that the stone breathed things primordial and unknown. My hands exploring strove to trace the features of the valley's face, when midst the gloom they seemed to find an outline frightful to my mind. Not any shape my straining eyes could they have seen might recognize, for what I touched bespoke a day too old for man's fugacious sway. The clinging lichens, moist and hoary, forbade me read the antique story, but hidden water trickling low whispered the tales I should not know. Mortal, ephemeral, and bold, in mercy kept what I have told, yet think sometimes of what hath been, and sights these crumbling rocks have seen, of sentience old ere thy weak brook appeared in lesser magnitude, and living things that yet survive, though not to human ken alive. I am the voice of Mother Earth, from whence all horrors have their birth. That was a sweet ending. I liked that. Goblins! Where? Dude, it did mention goblins. I think this poem's alright in my eyes. No, that was pretty sweet. I enjoyed that one. Especially the ending there. I don't know. I find that HP, good old hip, has a way with final sentences, I think. I am the voice of Mother Earth, from whence all horrors have their birth. It's true, though, as far as I know. Right? Because we're the ones that come up with the horrors. Unless the horrors are actually real. Hopefully not. Nice. What'd you guys think? We have Oceanus, Clouds, and Mother Earth. The whole thing was called A Cycle of Verse. That's pretty nice. Hewlett Packard Lovecraft is pretty good at words. Is that his actual name? Or are you just goofing me? Hewlett Packard Lovecraft? Hewart. It's like Stewart, but just without the stew. A lot less tasty, in my mind. Well, speaking of Lovecraft, we have a couple of short stories from him to go through before we take our first break. That is, if I don't know, these ones are pretty darn short, so I'll see how I'm feeling after these. The first one, his actual name is like Henry Phillips Irk. Am I even saying that right? 2 I's and an R and a C. What is that? Is that even part of the name? Henry Phillips Irk. Lovecraft. I don't know. That actually something that I want to look up. What is this H.P. Lovecraft's name? Full name. Yeah, you were right. Howard Phillips. Oh, not Henry. Howard Phillips Lovecraft. Oh, look at this guy. Can I paste this into here? No, I cannot. I want to show you this dude. Hang on. Give me a moment. I will show you this man's. Check him out. I am H.P. Lovecraft. Fear me. Heck yeah. I'll leave him up in the corner there. Can hang out real tiny. Hell yeah. No, Irk is, if I recall correctly. Hell yeah. I don't know, I didn't see it in the Google search, but I believe you. Alright, so the first one we have here is Ex Oblivion. By the way, tonight we have an interesting roster. Not so much just the oldies. We have a couple of, I don't know, newer-ish stuff. One of them's from 2010. Rather, 20th century stuff. You have a few from good old HP. I'm gonna check out one from this Reddit called No Sleep. I think it's similar to like creepypastas. But I don't know. I read in the reviews that this one was pretty nice, so I'm gonna check it out. It's called The Artist. There's also The Rake, which is an actual creepypasta. We'll see. That one's pretty short. I'm interested in that one. And we have one from Ambrose Bierce called Beyond the Wall. And we have one by Algernon Blackwood. How's that for a name? Good lord. This man seems like he was meant to write horror. Algernon Blackwood. It's a solid name. Alright. Let's get into it. Ex Oblivion by H.P. Lovecraft. When the last days were upon me, and the ugly trifles of existence began to drive me to madness like the small drops of water that torturers let fall ceaselessly upon one spot of their victim's body, I loved the irradiate refuge of sleep. In my dreams, I found a little of the beauty I'd vainly sought in life, and wandered through old gardens and enchanted woods. Once when the wind was soft and scented, I heard the south calling, and sailed endlessly and languorously under strange stars. Once, when the gentle rain fell, I glided in a barge down a sunless stream under the earth till I reached another world of purple twilight, iridescent arbors and undying roses. And once I walked through a golden valley that led to shadowy groves and ruins, and ended in a mighty wall green with antique vines, and pierced by a little gate of bronze. Many times I walked through that valley, and longer would I pause in the spectral half-light where the giant trees squirmed and twisted grotesquely, and the gray ground stretched damply from trunk to trunk, sometimes disclosing the mold-stained stones of buried temples. And away the goal of my fancies was the mighty vine-grown wall, the little gate of bronze therein. After a while, as the days of waking became less and less bearable from their grayness and sameness, I would often drift in opiate peace through the valley and the shadowy groves, and wonder how I might seize them for my eternal dwelling place, so that I need no more crawl back to a dull world stripped of interest and new colors. And as I looked upon the little gate in the mighty wall, I felt that beyond it lay a dream country from which, once it was entered, there would be no return. So each night in sleep I strove to find the hidden latch of the gate in the ivied antique wall, though it was exceedingly well hidden. And I would tell myself that the realm beyond the wall was not more lasting merely, but more lovely and radiant as well. Then one night in the dream city of Zekarion, I found a yellowed papyrus filled with the thoughts of dream sages who dwelt of old in that city, and who were too wise ever to be born in the waking world. Therein were written many things concerning the world of dream, and among them was lore of a golden valley and a sacred grove with temples, and a high wall pierced by a little bronze gate. When I saw this lore, I knew that I touched on the scenes I had haunted, and I therefore read long in the yellowed papyrus. Some of the dream sages wrote gorgeously of the wonders beyond the irrepassable gate, but others told of horror and disappointment. I knew not which to believe, yet longed more and more to cross forever into the unknown land, for doubt and secrecy are the lure of lures, and no new horror can be more terrible than the daily torture of the commonplace. So when I learned of the drug which would unlock the gate and drive me through, I resolved to take it when I next awaked. Last night I swallowed the drug and floated dreamily into the golden valley and the shadowy groves, and when I came this time to the antique wall, I saw that the small gate of bronze was ajar. From beyond came a glow that weirdly lit the giant twisted trees and the tops of the buried temples, and I drifted on songfully, expectant of the glories of the land from whence I should never return. But as the gate swung wider, and the sorcery of the drug and the dream pushed me through, I knew that all sights and glories were at an end. For in that new realm was neither land nor sea, but only the white void of unpeopled and illimitable space. So, happier than I had ever dared hope to be, I dissolved again into the native infinity of crystal oblivion from which the daemon life had called me for one brief and desolate hour. Ex-Oblivion. I should eventually read Pen Pals. It's a lot longer, but it's by by far my favorite modern horror web piece. Heck yeah, dude. I'm into that. Yeah, I've been like for these kind of, honestly, I've been kind of limiting myself to shorter ones, you know, because I want to be able to fit them in and have them fit nicely, like into where I want my breaks and junk. But there's a few out there that I feel warrant a full stream, you know? Or if not, like half or 3/4 of a stream. Definitely send it my way, man. Or throw it in the suggestions chat in the Discord. Or you can just DM me straight up. Either one. That was interesting. Spoke to yeah, I feel like good old Lovecraft here, this boy, tends to speak to that idea of wishing to wishing to be in dream over reality. It's a dangerous thought, man. It's listen, I'm reading these and they spook me. At least these ones in particular spook me because of my own history. And you know, my history with like drugs and frankly suicidal stuff. This stuff terrifies me. I mean, it's these kind of thoughts and this kind of writing that I don't know, that can spark the train of thought that leads to wishing to enter oblivion, which is, you know, the end, the eternal dark. It's fascinating, and it spells for like a very unsettling like short story, but I do want to make sure that I'm very clear about how I do not suggest anyone think like this. I don't know if Lovecraft was thinking this way when he wrote it, or if he just kind of always had this outlook, or even if this was his outlook, or if he just kind of spoke to this outlook. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, man, was Lovecraft a happy guy? Is there any like kind of documentary on him? I'd honestly be quite interested in that. Oh, love you too. Love you too, Cade. Mwah. Yeah, I'm curious though. Like, he wrote some incredible stuff, and frankly, things I would be proud of if I wrote. But yeah, I just wonder, like, was he proud of his stuff? Did he? I don't know. Like, I want to know H.P. Lovecraft. I want to have a chat with him, see who he is. What's his favorite soda drink? What's his favorite sody pop, guys? That's what I want to know. But yeah, I just want to make that clear. Don't think this way. Don't long for oblivion. Life is, I don't know. It says in here that, you know, the days of waking became less and less bearable from their grayness and sameness. That's all about perspective, guys. Right? All about perspective. In my days, like, Frank, for instance, today, I'll give you a little example. I was driving home from Myrtle Beach, on my way back, right? I stopped at one of those rest spots. By the way, I love rest spots. I love them so much more than just like pulling off and winding up at a gas station. I love rest spots. Like off the highways. Like if I'm on a long drive, rest spots are like Valhalla to me. You know, they appear and I go, hallelujah. Cause I mean, they're so nice. It's just a clear, like, hey, you know, you feeling wary from your drive? Just come on, turn right, have a little respite. Anyways, so I stop off at one of these rest spots. I go in, say hey to a nice Mexican gentleman with his son on my way to the bathroom. I go in, use the bathroom, and on my way out, I'd forgotten to turn off my GPS. So as I was walking out the door, my GPS went, proceed to the route. And I giggled at myself because I was like, frick. I left this on. And there was a lady behind me who giggled too, and I was like, lol. She actually like struck up conversation. She was like, hey, that's funny. I've done that before. I was like, dude, I do this every time I'm on a long trip. We just had like a really wholesome like little interaction. Told each other where we were going. I was like, I'm headed home. She was like, I am too. Headed to Raleigh to get in the airport and head back to Tennessee. I was like, that's some cool stuff. Anyways, it was a nice time. It's things like this, right? Like I can think back on a day, like if I'm reaching the end of one of my days, and find something, normally multiple things that are worth living for. Coleman, you say, I was doing well, not thinking this way until last Tuesday. Nothing happened. I still don't think that way. Okay. So you were not thinking about it until last Tuesday, in which you proceeded to continue not thinking about it? I'm a little confused, not gonna lie. That's okay. I don't know if you meant to say that, like, after Tuesday, you started thinking that way, or you had just, like, a rough day. If you did, I hope it got better. And I hope that these stories to come will hopefully encourage you and not discourage you. Sorry, this one was like, I don't know, this one kind of, I don't know, struck a chord with me. I normally I don't like go on, I don't know what I normally do. What the heck? But I feel like I haven't done this before, where afterwards normally I just kind of speak to like what I liked in it and kind of how I felt about it, but I don't know if I've like gone on like a moral speech afterwards. But this one struck home. Like I've been in that place before, and I know others who have been as well, where this is like the reality for them, where dreams and escapism starts to become more and more the only thing that is viable or seems worth doing. It's a scary thing. One that struck home. But anywho, let's move on to Cats. The music. No, I'm just kidding. The Cats of Ulthar. Another one by good old HP. This one's about cats, apparently. I have high hopes. Alright, so The Cats of Ulthar by H.P. Lovecraft. It is said that in Ulthar, which lies beyond the river Sky, no man may kill a cat. And this I can verily believe as I gaze upon him who sitteth purring before the fire, for the cat is cryptic, and close to strange things which men cannot see. He is the soul of antique Egyptus, and bearer of tales from forgotten cities in Meroe and Ophir. He is the kin of the jungle's lords, and heir to the secrets of Ori and sinister Africa. The Sphinx is his cousin, and he speaks her language, but he is more ancient than the Sphinx, and remembers that which she hath forgotten. In Ulthar, before ever the burgesses forbade the killing of cats, there dwelt an old cotter and his wife who delighted to trap and slay the cats of their neighbors. Why they did this, I know not, save that many hate the voice of the cat in the night, and take it ill that cats should run stealthily about yards and gardens at twilight. But whatever the reason, this old man and woman took pleasure in trapping and slaying every cat which came near to their hovel, and from some of the sounds heard after dark, many villagers fancied that the manner of slaying was exceedingly peculiar. But the villagers did not discuss such things with the old man and his wife, because of the habitual expression on their withered faces, and because their cottage was so small, so darkly hidden under spreading oaks at the back of a neglected yard. In truth, much as the owners of cats hated these odd folk, they feared them more, and instead of berating them as brutal assassins, merely took care that no cherished pet or mouser should stray toward the remote hovel under the dark trees. When through some unavoidable oversight a cat was missed, and sounds heard after dark, the loser would lament impotently, or console himself by thanking fate that it was not one of his children who had thus vanished. For the people of Ulthar were simple, and knew not whence it is all cats first came, One day a caravan of strange wanderers from the south entered the narrow cobbled streets of Ulthar. Dark wanderers they were, and unlike the other roving folk who passed through the village twice every year. In the marketplace they told fortunes for silver, and bought gay beads from the merchants. What was the land of these wanderers none could tell, but it was seen that they were given to strange prayers, and that they had painted on the sides of their wagons strange figures with human bodies and the heads of cats, hawks, rams, and lions. And the leader of the caravan wore a headdress with 2 horns and a curious disc betwixt the horns. There was in this singular caravan a little boy with no father or mother, but only a tiny black kitten to cherish. The plague had not been kind to him, yet had left him this small furry thing to mitigate his sorrow, and when one is very young, one can find great relief in the lively antics of a black kitten. So, the boy whom the dark people called Menes smiled more often than he wept, as he sat playing with his graceful kitten on the steps of an oddly painted wagon. On the 3rd morning of the wanderer's stay in Ulthar, Menes could not find his kitten, and as he sobbed aloud in the marketplace, certain villagers told him of the old man and his wife, and of sounds heard in the night. And when he heard these things, his sobbing gave place to meditation, and finally to prayer. He stretched out his arms toward the sun, and prayed in a tongue no villager could understand, though indeed the villagers did not try very hard to understand, since their attention was mostly taken up by the sky and the odd shapes the clouds were assuming. It was very peculiar, but as the little boy uttered his petition, there seemed to form overhead the shadowy, nebulous figures of exotic things, of hybrid creatures crowned with horn-flanked discs. Nature is full of such illusions to impress the imaginative. That night the wanderers left Ulthar, and were never seen again, and the householders were troubled when they noticed that in all the village there was no cat to be found. From each hearth the familiar cat had vanished. Cats large and small, black, grey, striped, yellow, and white. Old Cranon, the burgomaster, swore that the dark folk had taken the cats away in revenge for the killing of Menes' kitten, and cursed the caravan and the little boy. But Nith, the lean notary, declared that the old cotter and his wife were more likely persons to suspect, for their hatred of cats was notorious and increasingly bold. Still, no one durst complain to the sinister couple, even when little Adel, the innkeeper's son, vowed that he had at twilight seen all the cats of Ulthar in that accursed yard under the trees, pacing very slowly and solemnly in a circle around the cottage, two abreast, as if in performance of some unheard of rite of beasts. Of some unheard of rite of beasts. The villagers did not know how much to believe from so small a boy, and though they feared that the evil pair had charmed the cats to their death, they preferred not to chide the old cotter till they met him outside his dark and repellent yard. So Ulthar went to sleep in vain anger, and when the people awakened at dawn, behold, every cat was back at the accustomed hearth. Large and small, black, grey, striped, yellow, and white, none was missing. Very sleek and fat did the cats appear, and sonorous with purring content. The kittens talked with one another of the affair, and marveled not a little. Old Crannan again insisted that it was the dark folk who had taken them, since cats did not return alive from the cottage of the ancient man and his wife. But all agreed on one thing, that the refusal of all the cats to eat their portions of meat or drink their saucers of milk was exceedingly curious, and for 2 whole days the sleek, lazy cats of Ulthar would touch no food, but only doze by the fire or in the sun. It was fully a week before the villagers noticed that no lights were appearing at dusk in the windows of the cottage under the trees. Then the lean Nith remarked that no one had seen the old man or his wife since the night the cats were away. In another week, the burgomaster decided to overcome his fears and call at the strangely silent dwelling as a matter of duty, though in doing so, he was careful to take with him Shang the blacksmith and Thol the cutter of stone as witnesses. And when they had broken down the frail door, they found only this: 2 cleanly picked human skeletons on the earthen floor, and a number of singular beetles crawling in the shadowy corners. There was subsequently much talk among the burgesses of Ulthar. Zath, the coroner, disputed at length with Nith, the lean notary, and Crannan and Shang and Thol were overwhelmed with questions. Even little Adel, the innkeeper's son, was closely questioned and given a sweet meat as reward. They talked of the old cotter and his wife, of the caravan of dark wanderers, and small Menes and his black kitten, of the prayer of Menes and of the sky during that prayer, of the doings of the cats on the night the caravan left, and of what was later found in the cottage under the dark trees in the repellent yard. And in the end the burgesses passed that remarkable law which is told of by traders in Hatheg and discussed by travelers in Nir, namely, that in Ulthar no man may kill a cat. Don't kill cats. Don't kill cats. Don't kill cats. That should be obvious, right? I think it's obvious. Man, that's a chilling story though. I liked that. Dude, cats are very nice. There's 2 cats in this house. I don't have them in my room at the moment, but they've been on stream before. I don't let them in here too often, because sadly I'm allergic to cats. So when they hop up on my bed and leave hair all over the place, I love having them around and near me, but it's murder on my eyes and allergies. Yeah, man, cats are characters. Little Harry here is a goofball. He's an absolute goober. He lives miles away. Shoot, man, do one of those prayers like the little boy Menes. it may end up that somebody is eaten by the said cat, but it could also return him to you. Just, find some kind of ancient tongue, speak it out, look at the sky, and see if the clouds are doing something. Quick question. There's my roommate is watching some shows in the other room. Is that heard? Can you hear it, or are we good on that end? I cannot tell. I'm not monitoring the mic in my headset, so it's up to you guys to tell me. Could be worth it. Heck yeah. By the way, thanks for showing up, Pi. I appreciate you coming. Nice. Sweetness. Alright, guys. Well, we're at about 10:30, so in about 3 minutes here, we're gonna take a little break-a-do. If you weren't here at the beginning, I'll play the little theme song once more. Also, really weird thing. My I created, the song, right? And not like a minute after I was complete with it, I hear tell that Alvin and his chipmunk pals did a cover of said song. It's something else. If you want to hear it, I could definitely play it for you before we go to break. But it is, yeah, dude. They did a cover for some reason. I'm not sure why. I didn't think I would warrant the attention of Alvin and his friends. And let's see, next up, when we come back from break, again, we're going to jump off to break at 10:30 here. When we get back, we're going to look at The Artist. It's definitely a longer one. Well, actually, it's longer than the other two, but still fairly short. So we may do The Rake and The Artist next. So next up, we'll have the more creepypasta-esque stories, which... not to be cool. I'm intrigued to see if they hold up and actually send a shiver down my spine, and yours, hopefully, too. Man, that Cats of Ulthar, though, honestly, that may be one of my favorites from HP so far. It's got that air of mystery. It's got like an interesting focus. I found it, I don't know, it's fascinating to just like hear also of that familiar thing that people do, where something horrible is going on and we just ignore it. Because it's easier that way. Well, it is easier that way, but specifically we tend to ignore it out of fear. That's just the case with a lot of stuff, though, right? Like even like personal truths and stuff. You ever have those where it's scary to approach them or to even like admit them to yourself? But works with exterior stuff too. Scary to approach. I imagine it'd be scary to approach an old elderly couple that is murdering cats that you can hear in the night. That'd honestly be pretty terrifying. Hang on, I also had a thought. What if we change up the camera angle to be like this? I will look down at you. Let it focus. I don't know. What do you guys think? Nah, I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it the way it is. Sorry, dudes. Doing some adjusting of the stuff midway. Can lower myself in the chair too. That could help. Whoop. Wow. Very nice. Okay. Oh shoot, we're at like 10:31. All right. I'll play the Alvin and the Chipmunks cover during the break. I urge everyone to stand up, go get yourself some water, stretch a little, use the bathroom if you need to. Don't kill cats on the break. Don't do it. I'll know. Don't do it. And yeah, we'll be back in 5 minutes. So it's about 10:32. We'll be back at math 10:37. Heck yeah. So again, guys, thanks for listening to the first few stories and poems by H.P. Lovecraft. We'll be coming back in 5 minutes for The Artist and the Rake. We've got a couple thes this time. The Cats of Ulthar, The Artist, the Rake, The Empty House. A lot of thes. Alright, good stuff. I love you guys, and I'll see you in 5 minutes. Go stretch. Mwah.
Scream, cry, hold your breath. Cold as death. Look behind you if you dare. If so, beware. Anxious hearts beat loud, my dear. It smells your fear. It won't act till you're alone. You only postpone.
Gives me the willies every time I think of it.
Welcome back, guys. I pray you had as lovely a break as me. I got up, I did some stretching, I made water, as the kids say. You'd like to remix it? Heck yeah, dude. I can send you the stems. Yeah. Oh my god, yeah. I didn't know that you made music. Oh yeah, dude. Dude. Heck yeah. Once the stream is over, I can share a Google Doc with or a Google folder with all them stems. Do you want the slowed version or the regular version? Cause that was the slowed version, but the regular version. There's also a Nightcore version. The regular version is this one. Heck yeah. But yeah, I made that one. Did the vocals myself. And I mixed it all together. I made it for these nights. Right on. Can do. Yeah, I'm hoping that for tomorrow, the sci-fi day, I have another song that I've been working on for to act as the theme for that night as well. So I'm hoping that I'll have that one done in time too. I'm pretty excited about that one too. I'm basing it off of, if you guys remember, the There Will Come Soft Rains, the poem by Sarah Teasdale, in the short story from Ray Bradbury. I'm basing it off of that poem. There will come soft rains and the smell of ground, and swallows circling their shimmering sound, and frogs singing in their pools at night, with wild plum trees in tremulous white. Heck yeah. So I'm basing it off of that. The lyrics are the words for that song, and it's gonna have a good old like sci-fi, like it's kind of got like a robot workshop vibe, like if it were, at least the middle is kind of that, like a marching of a machine armada kind of thing. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that. That'll be fun. Is the ambience loud enough for you guys? Make sure that we're getting all the spooky vibes. Alright, so next up we have The Artist. This is posted by Num96 or 9, sorry, Num9 6 years ago. At least I think. If I'm wrong, please let me know. But this is The Artist. It was posted to a Reddit page called No Sleep. We'll see how it is. It's supposedly kind of creepypasta-esque. Let's see what this is. Let's see what this is all about. I'm gonna turn up the ambience just a slight bit. There we go. Alright. The Artist by Num9. There's this painting my wife loves, called Death and Life by Klimt. I don't know what she finds so fascinating about it. I made all the right noises when she showed me her beloved framed print when we were first dating, oohing and awing and making up some bullshit about warm and cold color schemes and the specific choice of angles and lines. She was an artist. Our first few dates involved long walks through museums, starting in Picasso's Blue Period and ending in heavy petting and blue balls. I took an art history course as an elective when I was finishing up my doctorate. I remembered enough of the lingo to charm my fantastically gorgeous future wife and lure her back to my stupidly filthy apartment. We're talking me as the foul bachelor frog, sitting on a lily pad made of empty takeout containers, surrounded by a pond of enough unwashed clothes to keep a laundromat in business for a cool 6 months. I remember scrambling to find 2 of any sort of cup-like container for the bottle of wine we had brought back while she was in the bathroom. I rinsed out a couple of coffee mugs and ran into the bedroom to try to clean up the condom wrappers that had been sitting on my bedside table since 2003. On the bed, neatly laid out against the rest of the chaos, were my wife's dress, bra, and panties. She came out of the bathroom completely nude, aside from a pair of high heels, took the wine from me, and took a swig straight from the bottle. I fell totally, completely, and irrecoverably in love. I have no head for the artistic things. I work in finance. I get creative with numbers, not paint. But I fucking love her stuff. She's made a name for herself over the past few years. Critics call her the American Damien Hirst. One of her first exhibits was composed of a dozen oil paintings of rotten pastries, surrounding an actual cake filled with thousands of dead ladybugs being fed to a mummified tarantula dressed up as Little Miss Muffet. I have no idea what it meant, but it was sick, successful, and catered by Balthazar, so I ate about 20 croissants. They did not have bugs in them. I checked. She was amazing. She had the body of a Laker girl and the face of a Modigliani model, and still does. She's charming, charismatic, deep, the kind of person people flock to, want to be around constantly. She fucked like she had something to prove. She had a twisted sense of humor. As soon as I hooked a job with enough figures to keep a girl like her satisfied the way she should be, I proposed. Bought her a historical brownstone in the city with a garden full of roses and hardwood mahogany floors. And for the first few years, she seemed happy. We were the kind of couple you see in New York Magazine and scoff at because they're just too damned lucky. But we had a rough spot, like all marriage couples do. She was still the superficially same woman I fell in love with, looked amazing, People always asked me when she was going to host the next dinner party. She still had an amazing eye for art. I knew, though. I knew she was miserable. I could see it. The misery in the corners of her eyes and the curve of her mouth. It happened gradually. First, it was the shower curtain. She bought 3 or 4 from a small boutique downtown, brought them home so we could choose one out together. We decided on one, pale blue, made of material that was impractical, the way too expensive for a drapery in a bathroom, but we had the money and it made her happy, so why the hell not? A few days later, I was shaving and realized she still hadn't put the curtain up. It wasn't until about a month after that I caught a glimpse of it hanging up in her studio, cut to shreds and dyed till it was almost unrecognizable. I chose to ignore it because I had learned it's usually not the best course of action to call an artist out on their creative license, unless you want to start an all-out war with no discernible end. A year after that, though, I had no choice. She had been so on edge, it was like she was standing on a razor. She usually had a show every 3 or 4 months or so, and if anything, she had too many ideas. The galleries always asked her to trim down her collections. When the year passed without so much as a single finished painting, I started to worry, both about her well-being and our bank account. We were extravagant spenders, and each of her shows could bring in a cool $20,000 that paid for a few months of European beaches and ski trips to Aspen. The final straw, though, is when she burned down the roses. It turned out she had finished dozens of projects over the year. She had hated all of it, and had either destroyed or painted over everything. While I was at the office, she flew off the handle, doused about 16 canvases in lighter fluid, and set the yard on fire. When I got the call from the fire department, I rushed home to find her sitting in the back of the ambulance, covered in ashes, blonde hair singed at the ends. She was smoking a cigarette. I looked over the burnt flowers, the skeletons of her paintings, the ruined limbs of broken sculptures, and asked her what happened and why. She took a drag of the cigarette and said, "It was mine to burn." She took big fancy pictures of the inferno. A family of bunnies suffocated in the smoke. She had them stuffed and mounted in size order on a baking soda volcano, like the kind you see in middle school science fairs. She gathered up a few of the charred bits and pieces, wired it together, and made some warped, painted-looking kind of phoenix thing, weighing in at 400 pounds and easily over 8 feet high. She called the whole thing From the Ashes, and the reviews in the Times called it incendiary. Her first foray into becoming a true artist. Someone bought the phoenix. I pity the person who wakes up every day and looks at that strange thing, suspended in constant agony. We were both drunk at a random, expensive, vaguely Dante's Inferno-themed bar in San Francisco when I finally got the chance to ask her what was bothering her. We had been making dark jokes all night about the beautiful irony of her show in our current locale. At first, she vehemently denied anything was wrong, angrily pointing out that we had made 4 times as much off of her last show as anything before it, that it had more than covered the damages, that it had paid for the vacation we were on. I stayed silent. She tossed her newly cropped hair and looked like she was going to open up for a second. I saw her soft blue eyes filled with tears. Then she took a shot of whiskey from a glass that had a bull's head and smirked. "Well, for starters," she slurred, nonchalantly dangling the glass from the bull's nose ring. I'm fairly certain I'm pregnant. She let the glass drop from her fingers, and it shattered on the floor as she slid out of her seat and stumbled to the exit. I sat there for a while and drank more, feeling furious, confused, and miserable. I remember her face when she showed me that Klimt painting. I remember how she wore glasses back then, how she pushed them up the bridge of her nose when she smiled as I talked about the fucking warm and the fucking cold colors, and the fucking angles and lines. We converted her studio into a nursery. Rather, I did, while she stayed in San Francisco and did God knows what with her artist friends. I had a landscaper come in and replant the roses. I worked a lot of overtime, drank myself to sleep while I skimmed through parenting books. She came back when she was almost full term. I came home from work one night to find sonogram pictures posted all over the fridge of two healthy-looking twins, big baby girls. I walked into our bedroom and saw her dead asleep on top of the covers, belly swollen, smelling faintly like pot and paint thinner. She had a rainbow of dried paint on her fingertips. I loosened my tie and walked to the nursery. She had been busy. The canary yellow I had chosen was covered in a layer of translucent blue, and she had covered one wall in Klimt-esque patterns and curlicues. The creamy plush carpet was covered in paint splatters. She had worked furiously to finish. She had cut a swath from one of the new rose bushes and made a giant bouquet, shoving them so tightly in the vase that some had escaped and made their way from their perch on the changing table to the floor. She had scattered them in the bassinet on the windowsill. It was chaotic and beautiful. The next few years were peaceful, for the most part. We bonded over raising the girls. Despite my wife's less than careful parental preparation, they were wickedly smart and beautiful. They both looked like her, with long curly blonde ringlets and blue eyes. Sometimes, when I put them to bed, I wondered if any of my DNA was in them at all. They were like miniature versions of her. My wife agreed to see a psychiatrist for a little bit. She took some medication for a while, Xanax, some mood stabilizers. Eventually, she and her doctor decided her crisis had been hormonal and temporary. We started having dinner parties again, soothed the gossip that had infected our social circles. She stopped painting and took up teaching at a university. She seemed content again, even happier than she was before. Every once in a while, I would catch a look in her eyes, like repressed artillery fire, like she was ready to explode at any second, but it never lasted for longer than a few seconds before they went back to the soft cornflower blue I knew so well. And who doesn't get a little agitated every once in a while? I rose through the ranks at work. I loved the feeling of power that came with promotions. I loved my girls. And by God, I loved her. My crazy, disgusting, beautiful, hateful, and loving, extraordinary wife. Then came today. Today I came home from work early. Today, my wife took the day off to be a chaperone on a class trip to the Met. They were after her for months because of her expertise in the art world. They wanted the children to experience the culture in the most sophisticated way possible. I thought it was ridiculous. They were 1 to 3-year-olds in a private daycare. They saw more beauty in Cheerios than in Monet's water lilies. But they wore my wife down, and she was given a gaggle of toddlers and wide-eyed teachers to tour around the museum. I came home for lunch because I had forgotten my iPad that had notes on it for a presentation I was giving that night. I walked through the rose garden and noticed a tiny piece of sculpture left over from the Ashes exhibit from so long ago. It was half of a tiny bird. It had the kind of exquisite detail that my wife used to be so famous for. I was pretty sure it was an actual bird that she had cast in clay. I thought I could see a small piece of feather in one of the cracks. I idly wondered why I hadn't noticed it before. I went inside and poured myself a glass of orange juice. The fridge had pictures that my daughters drew, happy, crooked stick figures that looked nothing like the beautiful horrors their mother used to churn out. I was happy about that. I hoped they would fall in love with numbers like I did. It was absolutely silent. I sipped the sweet citrus and enjoyed the nothingness. Then, I thought I caught a vague scent of fresh paint in the air. Curious, I walked into the living room, and there was my wife, sitting on the leather couch with a bottle of wine, looking like an angel of death. She was covered head to toe in blue-gray body paint, with a special concentration underneath her eyes. She was wearing a revealing patchwork blue dress, covered in crosses of various shapes and sizes. Not a dress, I realized, but the shredded shower curtain from so many years ago. I could see most of her still perfect breasts, the curve of her waist. The bottle of wine was elongated and painted a strange shade of orange. The smell of paint was strong in here, an overwhelming smell of lighter fluid, and something else I couldn't place. She had shaven her head. I stared at her for a while. Minutes? An hour, maybe. Eventually, she took a swig of wine from the bottle, swirled it around in her mouth. I noticed paint, deep blues, and even deeper reds around her fingers. I sat down in the armchair across from her, unable to think of what exactly I wanted to ask her. Maybe because I knew. Maybe because I didn't want to know. I noticed a camera on the table between us. I went to pick it up and she rested her gray hand on mine before I could. Softly, gently, with all the familiarity of years of marriage. She opened her mouth to speak, soft, pink lips made pallid by the paint. They were mine. And I've been sitting here, knowing what's behind the door to my daughter's room. With the klimt wall we never repainted. Knowing why my phone keeps ringing with calls from the school, from the NYPD. Knowing why I couldn't find my sleeping pills last night. Knowing what that smell is. Seeing in my peripheral the red pooling and staining the carpet from underneath the door. The pile of clothes neatly folded next to my wife on the couch. I can picture that thick wire she used to fit all her subjects where she wanted them. What a perfect, detailed recreation it must be. Because she's so perfect. I see the phoenix in my mind's eye. I hope when she flicks that cigarette she's about to light, we both fucking burn. Poor Snoop, dude. Hang on. Alright. Snoopy. I think that's enough torture for now. Yeah. Yeah, you're alright. You're alright. I mean, look at him. He doesn't even care. He doesn't even appreciate my torture. Logley who now? Yeah, Snoopy is super chill. I mean, I'm grateful. Like, he comes to every stream. Yeah, he's a faithful pup, and I love him. Does that mean he doesn't deserve torture every now and then? Does that mean he doesn't deserve to burn every now and then? No. But I do love him. No, I really do love Snoopy. Golly, that was a good one. I hope I did it justice there towards the end. Don't worry. On these nights, know that whenever I do little bits where I'm like, I am evil and spooky, it is but a bit. Don't worry. Man, that was good though. It actually was really good. It had that ending too, where it doesn't describe what happened, but it leaves it up to the imagination. And that, to me, is one of the best ways you can end a story. And it's even more, and I don't know if I've seen a horror short story that ended like that, where it gives you just your own imagination to deal with by the end. But it's even more effective in this light. I think the last novel that I read a long time ago that had that same deal was The Bronze Bow. Don't know if you guys have read that one, but it just kind of ends. And at first I was furious because it had this kind of ending where like it didn't actually like follow through. It didn't give you the actual ending to the story, but it left it up to your imagination. But slowly but surely, like when I went and reread it a while after it, I got to the ending and I started to appreciate that. Actually, I really dig that, the idea of letting it just end without a true finish. That lead-in was good too. Going over, like the little things that made him fall in love with her. I mean, it really, like, it went through, like, at least, like, the points that counted, in their history. It led up to a fantastic end. God, and I think my favorite thing is that, when she burned the roses and all her sculptures and paintings and whatnot, she said it was mine to burn. And at the end, when she did the thing, what she says is they were mine. And then the last line too, when she flicks the cigarette this time, we both burn. Whew. Some chilling stuff. Some good stuff. Evil stuff. H.P. Lovecraft, why are you still here?
Well, I don't know, Mitch. I've been enjoying your stories.
We're not reading your stories anymore, dude. Get out of here. Leave. Alright. Well, guys, now it's time we moved on to the rake. This one's a little bit shorter. Sorry, that was good old H.P. Lovecraft. This little goober. I'm just keeping him on hand. I'm putting him away though for now. We're not reading his stuff anymore. because we are jumping into a creepypasta, another one. This one is called The Rake. I don't know if it's quite as like story-like so much as like accounts and like logs and stuff, but that can be some good stuff. Let's see, do we know who this is by? Submission by Creepypasta Indexer. Does it say at the bottom? Ah, original author unknown. Good stuff. So, this is simply The Rake. The Rake. During the summer of 2003, events in the northeastern United States involving a strange, human-like creature sparked brief local media interest before an apparent blackout was enacted. Little or no information was left intact, as most online and written accounts of the creature were mysteriously destroyed. Primarily focused in rural New York State, self-proclaimed witnesses told stories of their encounters with a creature of unknown origin. Emotions ranged from extremely traumatic levels of fright and discomfort to an almost childlike sense of playfulness and curiosity. While their published versions are no longer on record, the memories remained powerful. Several of the involved parties began looking for answers that year. In early 2006, the collaboration had accumulated nearly 24 documents dating between the 12th century and present day, spanning 4 continents. In almost all cases, the stories were identical. I've been in contact with a member of this group and was able to get some excerpts from their upcoming book, The Rake. A Suicide Note, 1964. As I prepared to take my life, I feel it necessary to Assuage? Hang on. Before we continue, I would like to look up this word. Make an unpleasant feeling less intense. Satisfy an appetite or desire.
Assuage.
Assuage. Cool. That's our word of the day. Assuage. A Suicide Note, 1964. As I prepare to take my life, I feel it necessary to assuage any guilt or pain I have introduced through this act. It is not the fault of anyone other than him. For once, I awoke and felt his presence, and once I awoke and saw his form. Once again, I awoke and heard his voice, and looked into his eyes. I cannot sleep without fear of what I might next awake to experience. I cannot ever wake. Goodbye. Found in the same wooden box were 2 empty envelopes addressed to William and Rose, and 1 loose personal letter with no envelope. Dearest Lenny, I have prayed for you. He spoke your name. A journal entry, translated from Spanish, 1880. I have experienced the greatest terror. I've experienced the greatest terror. I have experienced the greatest terror. I see his eyes when I close mine. They are hollow, black. They saw me and pierced me. His wet hand. I will not sleep. His voice. A Mariner's Log, 1691. He came to me in my sleep. From the foot of my bed, I felt a sensation. He took everything. We must return to England. We shall not return here again at the request of the rake. From a witness, 2006. 3 years ago, I had just returned from a trip from Niagara Falls with my family for the 4th of July. We were all very exhausted after a long day of driving, so my husband and I put the kids right to bed and called it a night. At about 4 a.m., I woke up thinking my husband had gotten up to use the restroom. I used the moment to steal back the sheets, only to wake him in the process. I apologized and told him I thought he got out of the bed. When he turned to face me, he gasped, pulled his feet up from the end of the bed so quickly his knee almost knocked me out of the bed. Then he grabbed me and said nothing. After adjusting to the dark for half a second, I was able to see what caused the strange reaction. At the foot of the bed, sitting and facing away from us, there was what appeared to be a naked man, or a large hairless dog of some sort. Its body position was disturbing and unnatural, as if it had been hit by a car or something. For some reason, I was not instantly frightened by it, but more concerned as to its condition. At this point, I was somewhat under the assumption that we were supposed to help him. My husband was peering over his arm and knee, tucked into the fetal position, occasionally glancing at me before returning to the creature. In a flurry of motion, the creature scrambled around the side of the bed and then crawled quickly in a flailing sort of motion right along the bed until it was less than a foot away from my husband's face. The creature was completely silent for about 30 seconds. Or probably closer to 5. It just seemed like that. Just looking at my husband. The creature then placed its hand on his knee and ran into the hallway, leading to the kids' rooms. I screamed and ran for the light switch, planning to stop him before he hurt my children. When I got to the hallway, the light from the bedroom was enough to see it crouching and hunching over about 20 feet away. It turned around and looked directly at me, covered in blood. I flipped the switch on the wall and saw my daughter Clara. The creature ran down the stairs while my husband and I rushed to help our daughter. She was very badly injured and spoke only once more in her short life. She said, "He is the rake." My husband drove his car into the lake that night, while rushing our daughter to the hospital. He didn't survive. Being a small town, news got around pretty quickly. The police were helpful at first. The local newspaper took a lot of interest as well. However, the story was never published, and the local television news never followed up either. For several months, my son Justin and I stayed in a hotel near my parents' house. After we decided to return home, I began looking for answers myself. I eventually located a man in the next town over who had a similar story. We got in contact and began talking about our experiences. He knew of 2 other people in New York who had seen the creature we now refer to as the rake. It took the 4 of us about 2 solid years of hunting on the internet and writing letters to come up with a small collection of what we believe to be the accounts of the rake. None of them gave any details, history, or follow-up. One journal had an entry involving the creature in its first 3 pages and never mentioned it again. A ship's log explained nothing of the encounter, saying only that they were told to leave by the rake. That was the last entry in the log. There were, however, many instances where the creature's visit was one of a series of visits with the same person. Multiple people also mentioned being spoken to, my daughter included. This led us to wonder if the rake had visited any of us before our last encounter. I set up a digital recorder near my bed and left it running all night, every night, for 2 weeks. I would tediously scan through the sounds of me rolling around in my bed each day when I woke up. By the end of the second week, I was quite used to the occasional sound of sleep while blurring through the recording at 8 times the normal speed. This still took almost an hour every day. On the first day of the third week, I thought I heard something different. What I found was a shrill voice. It was the rake. I can't listen to it long enough to even begin to transcribe it. I haven't let anyone listen to it yet. All I know is that I've heard it before, and I now believe that it spoke when it was sitting in front of my husband. I don't remember hearing anything at the time, but for some reason, the voice on the recorder immediately brings me back to that moment. The thoughts that must have been going through my daughter's head make me very upset. I've not seen the rake since he ruined my life, but I know that he has been in my room while I slept. I know and fear that one night I'll wake up to see him staring at me. The rake. I mean, nobody can tell me that they haven't had that fear before, right? I mean, sometimes, like, even, I don't know, it doesn't happen super often, but sometimes when I'm, laying down my head for bed, I have that thought, like, because I've woken up at like 3 a.m. before. Thankfully, nothing like this has ever happened, but I can only imagine. Have any of you guys done that where, like, you wake up at like 3 a.m. for no reason? Like, I went to bed at 11 or something, and then like, all of a sudden at 3 a.m. my body just goes, "Hey, yeah, you're awake now. Come on." But God, yeah, man, this story's got me looking behind me. Have you guys ever seen that short film? I think it's called Lights Out. I might try to find that one, and I'll link it in the Discord. If you I don't know, it's not exactly like this, but it's something. It is terrifying. Similar concept. However, I feel like yeah. Shoot, yeah. There is, I'm speaking about Lights Out, but there actually is a short film that was inspired by this creepypasta. If any of you guys have an interest in checking it out, I definitely recommend. It wasn't called Lights Out. The one I'm thinking of was I Heard It Too. It is a award-winning short horror film, and it is not okay. It is not okay. It is the furthest thing from okay. What's up with the ambience? guys hear the ambience? I don't hear it at all. Wait, my headphones might have died. No. Frick. Give me a sec. Yeah. I figured they would be fully charged right out of the gate. I got those yesterday. They're pretty nice headphones. I like the fact that they're wireless and it helps out when streaming. These ones are the oldies but goodies. They're wired, so they will not fail me. But I figured the wireless ones would be fully charged. But it turns out they are not. While I'm untangling these headphones, tell me, yeah, well, how do you feel after hearing that one? I don't know, just give me, like, your thoughts. Alright, apologies. Sorry, that means the music cut out for a bit there too. Like the ambience. That kind of sucks. But regardless. Let's see. Are they working now? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I need to change. Hang on. Hang on. There we go. Okay. Much better. Ah, shoot. Well, the basic concept was, let me turn that down a little bit. The basic concept was, there's this thing, looks like a naked man, sort of, has like dark hollow eyes, but it appears at night at the foot of your bed. And yeah. And there was a kind of a chilling account. I'd say like the ending there is where it really gets good. The whole account from a witness in 2006. After they'd returned from a Niagara Falls trip for 4th of July. Ah. Yeah, that part was not okay. Again, if you liked this one, go watch I Heard It Too. It's by Matt Sears on YouTube. It is not okay. Yeah, she filmed it, and after it was the first day of the 3rd week, right? It spoke into the camera. I wonder what its voice was like. You think it was all like, hello, I'm the Rick. It's probably like that. Or it was like, hello, I'm the rag. Something like that, right? I'm a voice actor, by the way. No, yeah. No, that was kind of terrifying. And like I said, like, have any of you guys woken up at like 3 a.m. before? With no alarm, like nothing, no reasoning behind like the waking, just waking up for no reason. Yeah, if I had, because I've had those nights, they're pretty rare for me, but if I had one of those nights and woke up at 3 a.m. and something, even anything, was at the foot of my bed, it could be anything, because I sleep in like total darkness. If I saw the silhouette of anything, I would be spooked the heck to death. That's common for you? Shoot. That stinks. That's not fun. I guess so long as it doesn't like ruin the REM cycle too much, but I don't know. I find that when that happens to me, I wake up in a pretty groggy and not great state. I'll end up waking up not feeling too good, feeling too hot. Okay, guys. Well, next up we have Beyond the Wall by Ambrose Bierce. It is 11. It's about to be 11:30, so now is another good time for a little break ski. I'm not gonna play the intro theme again. I wanted to play it for the last break too, because I just in case peeps hadn't heard it. But I will be playing some unfinished projects. Like it's there's some rough drafts of some stuff that I have in the works. Kind of all the stuff that I work on when I'm like feeling moody and edgy. So it's a little bit different than some of the stuff that I normally make, or a couple of them are. There's one I was challenged to make like a what do you even call it? Have you guys ever heard Ski Mask? Ski God? Ski Mask the God? Do you know who I'm talking about? He's a rapper of some kind. There's not rap in it, but it has like a similar like distorted and like really loud essence to it. Ski Mask, yeah. The Slump God, that's the guy. He be slumping. Like his tracks, like I don't rap in it or anything, but his tracks have like a I don't know, just like a pounding like presence and like distortion and loudness to it. I forget what the genre is that you call that, but I was challenged by a friend to make one of those, so so I did that. And I'll be playing it on the break here. Let me see. I called it You're Just Plain Scared. So I'll be playing some of those on the break. These are unfinished, so I would, if you hang around to listen to them, definitely I'm very open to critique. I'd love to know your thoughts. If there's ways that I can improve it, I would like to do so. So heck yeah. I will see you in a bit, and I'll play some music. I urge everybody to stand up, go use the bathroom if you need it, get your some snack-a-doos, some water, avoid any dudes that call themselves a rake. That's just plain kooky. And I'll be seeing you in a very short bit. Cool. It's about 11:32, so we're gonna come back around 11. I'd say 11:40 latest. Cool beans. Go stretch. Avoid rakes. All rakes. Even a rake. Just avoid all rakes. All right. See you very soon. I'll be back by 11:40 latest. Mwah. Mwah.
The boredom latches onto me. It is daylight, 81 degrees. I should be outside, enjoying the breeze. But I've been hiding in these same sheets for weeks. Well, I say to you, let's go back to bed, 'cause there are some things that are better left unsaid. Well, this medication's strong, and if you didn't know, I guess you always have to try before you know. You say, come here, love, but it'll be fine. Just come play with me. You're in reality. I said it's only a dream. It's only a dream. I wish you could somehow complete me. I will give it to you. lost my key. I've been hiding, but I kinda lost the dream. I've been hiding, but I kinda lost the dream. Bro, this medication strong and I'm feeling low. I guess you always have to try before you know. You say come here, love, but it'll be fine. Just talk to me. Ignoring reality, it's only a dream.
Starting tomorrow, I'll look everyone in the eye. Starting tomorrow.
Until we accept reality, we can't make any progress.
Starting tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I'm back. What's shaking? Did you avoid rakes? I hope you did. If you didn't, then shame. Heck yeah, no, A Silent Voice is my favorite movie. It was previously Tokyo Godfathers by Satoshi Kon, but when I saw A Silent Voice, it jumped right to the top of my list. It's so good, dude. And it, I don't know, certainly speaks to a lot of, I don't know, a lot of things in my own life. You know, that idea of, I don't know, you know, the main character, he doesn't feel comfortable, like, in his own skin, you know, I mean, this is something that we all relate to, right? Our regrets and our actions follow us, like, from our past, and affect how we look at ourselves. Oh yeah, dude. And throw in, like, a charming deaf girl who's going through, like, the same stuff. It's go watch the movie. Go watch it, please. It's on Netflix. It's so good. I mean, I could have a whole discussion on my thoughts about it, and I may I'm thinking of starting to do, like, movie reviews. Not a ton, just on ones that, like, I feel I'd be want to speak on, you know. One of them I want to review the Percy Jackson film, since we just finished up the first book in that series. I'm gonna watch it with Coleman, and then edit together, yeah, like a little blurb of my of what I assume will be my distaste. But it'd be cool to do some reviews of movies that mean a lot to me too. That'd be cool. I would like that. I'll have to figure out, I guess it'll mostly just be like my thoughts on the movie, because I don't know how much I could actually show of it, you know? I guess I can show like clips from the trailer. I'll probably do it a lot like how Critical does it. You know, Penguin Z0. Good old Critical. Where he does like his moist reviews. He just kind of like plays the trailer throughout it and talks about it. I think that'd be cool. I may try to do like some bits and funny stuff throughout it as well, but we'll see. That is for the future. The future of Mary and Mitch. Heck yeah. Alright guys, so we just finished up some creepypastas. The Artist, a tale of a widely sought after artist who was the wife of a numbers guy who lost it and murdered her children. And we finished up The Rake, a tale about a seemingly naked man that visits people in the night and speaks to them, and is just generally creepy dude. But it is time that we moved on to Ambrose Bierce. This one is called... Is everybody ready? I'm gonna assume so. I'm gonna jump into it. This one is called Beyond the Wall. Sorry, notification. This one is called Beyond the Wall by Ambrose Bierce. Many years ago, on my way from Hong Kong to New York, I passed a week in San Francisco. A long time had gone by since I had been in that city, during which my ventures in the Orient had prospered beyond my hope. I was rich and could afford to revisit my own country to renew my friendship with such of the companions of my youth as still lived and remembered me with the old affection. Chief of these, I hoped, was Mohan Dampier, an old schoolmate with whom I had held a desultory correspondence which had long ceased, as is the way of correspondence between men. You may have observed that the indisposition to write a merely social letter is in the ratio of the square of the distance between you and your correspondent. It is a law. I remembered Dampier as a handsome, strong young fellow of scholarly tastes, with an aversion to work and a marked indifference to many of the things that the world cares for, including wealth, of which, however, he had inherited enough to put him beyond the reach of want. In his family, one of the oldest and most aristocratic in the country, it was, I think, a matter of pride that no member of it had ever been in trade nor politics, nor suffered any kind of distinction. Mohan was a trifle sentimental, and had in him a singular element of superstition, which led him to the study of all manner of occult subjects, although his sane mental health safeguarded him against fantastic and perilous faiths. He made daring incursions into the realm of the unreal, without renouncing his residence in the partly surveyed and charted region of what we are pleased to call certitude. The night of my visit to him was stormy. The Californian winter was on, and the incessant rain plashed in the deserted streets, or, lifted by irregular gusts of wind, was hurled against the houses with incredible fury. With no small difficulty, my cabman found the right place, a way out toward the ocean beach, in a sparsely populated suburb. The dwelling, a rather ugly one, apparently stood in the center of its grounds, which was nearly, as I could make out in the gloom, were destitute. Sorry, one moment. I'm adjusting the page. The dwelling, a rather ugly one, apparently stood in the center of its grounds, which, as nearly as I could make out in the gloom, were destitute of either flowers or grass. 3 of the 4 trees, withering and moaning in the torment of the tempest, appeared to be trying to escape from their dismal environment and take the chance of finding a better one out at sea. The house was a 2-story brick structure with a tower, a story higher at one corner. In a window of that was the only visible light. Something in the appearance of the place made me shudder, a performance that may have been assisted by a rill of rainwater down my back as I scuttled to cover in the doorway. In answer to my note, apprising him of my wish to call, Dampier had written, "Don't ring. Open the door and come up." I did so. The staircase was dimly lighted by a single gas jet at the top of the 2nd flight. I managed to reach the landing without disaster and entered by an open door in the lighted square room of the tower. Dampier came forward in gown and slippers to receive me, giving me the greeting that I wished, and if I had held a thought that it might more fitly have been accorded me, at the front door, the first look at him dispelled any sense of his inhospitality. He was not the same. Hardly past middle age, he had gone gray and had acquired a pronounced stoop. His fingers were thin and angular, his face deeply lined, his complexion dead white, without a touch of color. His eyes, unnaturally large, glowed with a fire that was almost uncanny. He seated me, proffered a cigar, and with grave and obvious sincerity assured me of the pleasure that it gave him to meet me. Some unimportant conversation followed, but all the while I was dominated by a melancholy sense of the great change in him. This he must have perceived, for he suddenly said with a bright enough smile, "You are disappointed in me. Non sum qualis eram." I hardly knew what to reply, but I managed to say, "Why, really, I don't know. Your Latin is about the same." Or, "Why, really, I don't know. Your Latin is about the same." He brightened again. "No," he said. "Being a dead language, it grows in appropriateness. But please, have the patience to wait. Where I'm going, there is perhaps a better tongue. Will you care to have a message in it?" The smile faded as he spoke, and as he concluded, he was looking into my eyes with a gravity that distressed me. Yet I would not surrender myself to his mood, nor permit him to see how deeply his prescience of death affected me. "I fancy that it will be long," I said, "before human speech will cease to serve our need, and then the need, with its possibilities of service, will have passed." He made no reply, and I too was silent, for the talk had taken a dispiriting turn. Yet I knew not how to give it a more agreeable character. Suddenly, in a pause of the storm, when the dead silence was almost startling by contrast with the previous uproar, I heard a gentle tapping, which appeared to come from the wall behind the chair. The sound was such as might have been made by a human hand, not as upon a door by one asking admittance, but rather, I thought, as an agreed signal, an assurance of someone's presence in an adjoining room. Most of us, I fancy, have had more experience of such communications than we should care to relate. I glanced at Dampierre. If possibly there was something of amusement in the look, he did not observe it. He appeared to have forgotten my presence, and was staring at the wall behind him with an expression in his eyes that I am unable to name, although my memory of it is as vivid today as was my sense of it then. The situation was embarrassing. I rose to take my leave. At this, he seemed to recover himself.
"Please be seated," he said. "It is nothing. No one is there."
But the tapping was repeated, and with the same gentle, slow insistence as before. "Pardon me," I said. "It is late. May I call tomorrow?" He smiled, a little mechanically, I thought.
"It is very delicate of you," said he, "but quite needless. Really, this is the only room in the tower, and no one is there. At least,"
he left the sentence incomplete, rose, and threw up a window, the only opening in the wall from which the sound seemed to come.
"See?"
Not clearly knowing what else to do, I followed him to the window and looked out. A street lamp, some little distance away, gave enough light through the murk of the rain that was again falling in torrents to make it entirely plain that no one was there. In truth, there was nothing but the sheer blank wall of the tower. Dampierre closed the window, and, signing me to my seat, resumed his own. The incident was not in itself particularly mysterious. Any one of a dozen explanations was possible, though none has occurred to me. Yet it impressed me strangely, the more, perhaps, from my friend's effort to reassure me, which seemed to dignify it with a certain significance and importance. He had proved that no one was there, but in that fact lay all the interest. And he proffered no explanation. His silence was irritating and made me resentful. "My good friend," I said somewhat ironically, I fear, "I am not disposed to question your right to harbor as many spooks as you find agreeable to your taste and consistent with your notions of companionship. That is no business of mine. But being just a plain man of affairs, mostly of this world, I find spooks needless to my peace and comfort. I'm going to my hotel, where my fellow guests are still in the flesh." It was not a very civil speech, but he manifested no feeling about it.
"Kindly remain," he said. "I'm grateful for your presence here. What you have heard tonight, I believe myself to have heard twice before. Now, I know it was no illusion. That is much to me, more than you know. Have a fresh cigar, and a good stock of patience while I tell you the story."
The rain was now falling more steadily, with a low, monotonous susurration, interpreted at long intervals by the sudden slashing of the boughs of the trees as the wind rose and failed. The night was well advanced, but both sympathy and curiosity held me a willing listener to my friend's monologue, which I did not interrupt by a single word from beginning to end.
10 years ago, he said, I occupied a ground floor apartment in one of a row of houses, all alike, away at the other end of town on what we call Rincon Hill. This has been the best quarter of San Francisco, but had fallen into neglect and decay, partly because the primitive character of its domestic architecture no longer suited the maturing tastes of our wealthy citizens, partly because certain public improvements had made a wreck of it. The row of dwelling is one of which I lived stood a little way back from the street, each having a miniature garden separated from its neighbors by low iron fences and bisected with mathematical precision by a box-bordered gravel walk from the gate door. One morning, as I was leaving my lodging, I observed a young girl entering the adjoining garden on the left. It was a warm day in June, and she was lightly gowned in white. From her shoulders hung a broad straw hat profusely decorated with flowers and wonderfully beribboned in the fashion of the time. My attention was not long held by the exquisite simplicity of her costume, for no one could look at her face and think of anything earthly. Do not fear, I shall not profane it by description. It was beautiful, exceedingly. All that I had ever seen or dreamed of loveliness was in that matchless living picture by the hand of the divine artist. So deeply did it move me that, without a thought of the impropriety of the act, I unconsciously barred my hand, as a devout Catholic or well-bred Protestant uncovers before an image of the Blessed Virgin. The maiden showed no displeasure. She merely turned her glorious dark eyes upon me with a look that made me catch my breath, and without other recognition of my act, passed into the house. For a moment I stood motionless, hat in hand, painfully conscious of my rudeness, yet so dominated by the emotion inspired by that vision of incomparable beauty that my penitence was less poignant than it should have been. Then I went my way, leaving my heart behind. In the natural course of things, I should probably have remained away until nightfall. But by the middle of the afternoon, I was back in the little garden, affecting an interest in the few foolish flowers that I had never before observed. My hope was vain. She did not appear. To a night of unrest succeeded a day of expectation and disappointment. But on the day after, as I wandered aimlessly about the neighborhood, I met her. Of course, I did not repeat my folly of uncovering, nor venture by even so much as too long a look to manifest an interest in her. Yet my heart was beating audibly. I trembled and consciously colored as she turned her big black eyes upon me with a look of obvious recognition, entirely devoid of boldness or coquetry. I will not weary you with particulars. Many times afterward I met the maiden, yet never either addressed her or sought to fix her attention, nor did I take any action toward making her acquaintance. Perhaps my forbearance, requiring so supreme an effort of self-denial, will not be entirely clear to you. That I was heels over head in love is true, but who can overcome his habit of thought, or reconstruct his character? I was what some foolish persons are pleased to call, and others, more foolish, are pleased to be called, an aristocrat. And despite her beauty, her charms and grace, the girl was not of my class. I had learned her name, which it is needless to speak, and something of her family. She was an orphan, a dependent niece of the impossible elderly fat woman in whose lodging house she lived. My income was small, and I lacked the talent for marrying. It was perhaps a gift.
An alliance with that family would condemn me to its manner of life, part me from my books and studies, and, in a social sense, reduce me to the ranks. It is easy to deprecate such considerations as defendants, and I be permitted to plead in mitigation of punishment and imperious mandate of heredity. To a mesalliance of that kind, every globule of my ancestral blood spoke in opposition. In brief, my tastes, habits, instinct, with whatever of reason my love had left me, all fought against it. Moreover, I was an irreclaimable sentimentalist, and found a subtle charm in an impersonal and spiritual relation which acquaintance might vulgarize and marriage would certainly dispel. No woman, I argued, is what this lovely creature seems. Love is a delicious dream. Why should I bring about my own awakening? The course dictated by all this sense and sentiment was obvious. Honor, pride, prudence, preservation of my ideals, all commanded me to go away. But for that I was too weak. The utmost that I could do by a mighty effort of will was to cease meeting the girl, and that I did. I even avoided the chance encounters of the garden, leaving my lodging only when I knew that she had gone to her music lessons, returning after nightfall. Yet all the while, I was as one in a trance, indulging the most fascinating fancies and ordering my entire intellectual life in accordance with my dream. Ah, my friend, as one whose actions have a traceable relation to reason, you cannot know the fool's paradise in which I lived. One evening, the devil put it into my head to be an unspeakable idiot. By apparently careless and purposeless questioning, I learned from my gossipy landlady that the young woman's bedroom adjoined my own, a party wall between. Yielding to a sudden and coarse impulse, I gently rapped on the wall. There was no response, naturally, but I was in no mood to accept a rebuke. A madness was upon me, and I repeated the folly, the offense, but again ineffectually, and I had the decency to desist. An hour later, while absorbed in some of my infernal studies, I heard, or thought I heard, my signal answered. Flinging down my books, I sprang to the wall, and as steadily as my beating heart would permit, gave 3 slow taps upon it. This time the response was distinct, unmistakable. 1, 2, 3, an exact repetition of my signal. That was all I could elicit, but it was enough. Too much. The next evening, for many evenings afterward, the folly went on. I always having the last word. During the whole period I was deliriously happy, but with the perversity of my nature, I preserved in my resolution not to see her. Then, as I should have expected, I got no further answers. She is disgusted, I said to myself, with what she thinks my timidity in making no more definitive advances, and I resolved to seek her and make her acquaintance, and what? I did not know, nor do I know what might have come of it. I know only that I passed days and days trying to meet her, and all in vain. She was invisible, as well as inaudible. I haunted the streets where we had met, but she did not come. From my window I watched the garden in front of her house, but she passed neither in nor out. I fell into the deepest dejection, believing that she had gone away, yet took no steps to resolve my doubt by inquiry of my landlady, to whom, indeed, I had taken an unconquerable aversion from her having once spoken of the girl with less of reverence than I thought befitting. There came a fateful night. Worn out with emotion, irresolution, and despondency, I had retired early and fallen into such a sleep as was still possible to me. In the middle of the night, some malign power bent upon the wrecking of my peace forever, caused me to open my eyes and sit up. Wide awake, I listened intently, for I knew not what. Then I heard, or I thought I heard, a faint tapping on the wall, the mere ghost of a familiar signal. In a few moments it was repeated. 1, 2, 3, no louder than before, but addressing a sense alert and strained to receive it. I was about to reply when the adversary of peace again intervened in my affairs with a rascally suggestion of retaliation. She had long and cruelly ignored me. Now I would ignore her. Incredible fatuity. May God forgive it. All the rest of the night I lay awake, fortifying my obstinacy and with shameless justifications, and listening. Late the next morning, as I was leaving the house, I met my landlady entering. "Good morning, Mr. Dampier," she said. "Have you heard the news?" I replied in words that I had heard no news, in manner that I did not care to hear any. The manner escaped her observation. "About the sick young lady next door," she babbled on. "What? You did not know? Why, she's been ill for weeks, and now—" I almost sprang upon her. "And now?" I cried. "Now what?" "She is dead." That is not the whole story. In the middle of the night, as I learned later, the patient, awakening from a long stupor after a week of delirium, had asked, it was her last utterance, that her bed be moved to the opposite side of the room. Those in attendance had thought the request a vagary of her delirium, but had complied. And there the poor passing soul had exerted its failing will to restore a broken connection, a golden thread of sentiment between its innocence and a monstrous baseness, owning a blind, brutal allegiance to the law of self. What reparation could I make? Are there masses that can be said for the repose of souls that are abroad such nights as this? Spirits blown about by the viewless winds, coming in the storm and darkness with signs and portents, hints of memory and presages of doom. This is the third visitation. On the first occasion, I was too skeptical to do more than verify by natural methods the character of the incident. On the second, I responded to the signal after it had been several times repeated, but without result. Tonight's reoccurrence completes the fatal triad, expounded by Parapelius Necromantius. There is no more to tell. When Dampier had finished his story, I could think of nothing relevant that I cared to say, and to question him would have been a hideous impertinence. I rose and bade him good night in a way to convey to him a sense of my sympathy, which he silently acknowledged by a pressure of the hand. That night, alone with his sorrow and remorse, he passed into the unknown. That was cool. That was really cool. Not only because all right, hear me out. I can relate to that guy. You know, that idea of having this, you know, image of someone that I'm mesmerized by, right? Someone that I feel is beautiful. You know, let's say even like the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. The idea of having just that, like those faint encounters, those short little moments, right, where it's the imagination that makes it so much more than it actually is. It's something that I don't know. I dreamt a lot about when, at least growing up, and if I'm being honest, occasionally still do. I mean, it's that magical sense of falling in love, right? And to put it in this like kind of dark light was really cool. I like that. And the idea that it was a forbidden love too, sort of. You know, she was in a lower class than himself. It's pretty darn sweet. I liked that. And it wasn't, you know, it wasn't terrifying, but it was another one of those where it's just the retelling of a story from one person's perspective. I honestly love these kinds of like horror stories where it's just an account of something that happened. I know it's fiction, but like, I don't know, it's very realistic. Someone could have had this happen to them. This reminds me of what was it called? Hang on, I got it right here. Thurnley Abbey. Thurnley Abbey was a lot like that, right? Where the guy meets this person on a boat that he's riding to you know, in his travels, and this person just goes like, "Hey, can I sleep like in your room, please?" And you know, the dude's like, "What do you mean?" And then from there, it just jumps into a story of a chilling tale. Thurnley Abbey was a little more intense, and I think I liked Thurnley Abbey a little bit more than this one, but this one has its own quirk where it speaks to this idea of, yeah, like this fanciful love, and a final regret from that love. That was cool. I like that one. Any thoughts from you guys? About dear old, what's his face? Mohan Dampier. Mohan Dampier. It's a cool name. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, and yeah, like I said, it ends with that, like, that final mistake, right? Or I mean, you know, something that was easily explained, right? Like she had supposedly ignored him, so he would ignore her now. But little did he know, that's freaking, that is sad. Definitely a good one though. Ambrose Bierce. We haven't read a story from her. Ambrose? I think that's a girl name, guy name. I don't know. From them. We haven't heard a story by them yet. But now we move on to the dude that's got a name for horror. Algernon Blackwood. I say we just jump right into this one. This will most likely be the last of the night, unless there's any like last minute suggestions of something that you just gotta have read tonight. I'd be happy to jump into it and read it tonight. I've got some energy. This one is somewhat long though, so it'll probably take up the rest of the time. But like I said, if there's one that you're really wanting me to read, definitely send it my way. If we're all feeling it and having a good time, could jump into it. I've been saying jump into it a lot today. Alright, so this is The Empty House by Algernon Blackwood. Certain houses, like certain persons, manage somehow to proclaim at once their character for evil. In the case of the latter, no particular feature need betray them. They may boast an open countenance and an ingenuous smile, and yet a little of their company leaves the unalterable conviction that there is something radically amiss with their being, that they are evil. Willy-nilly, they seem to communicate an atmosphere of secret and wicked thoughts, which makes those in their immediate neighborhood shrink from them, as from a thing diseased. And perhaps, with houses, the same principle is operative, and it is the aroma of evil deeds committed under a particular roof, long after the actual doers have passed away, that makes the goose flesh come and the hair rise. Something of the original passion of the evil doer and of the horror felt by his victim enters the heart of the innocent watcher and becomes suddenly conscious of tingling nerves, creeping skin, and a chilling of the blood. He is terror-stricken without apparent cause. There was manifestly nothing in the external appearance of this particular house to bear out the tales of the horror that was said to reign within. It was neither lonely nor unkempt. It stood crowded into a corner of the square, and looked exactly like the houses on either side of it. It had the same number of windows as its neighbors, the same balcony overlooking the gardens, the same white steps leading up to the heavy black front door, and in the rear there was the same narrow strip of green, with neat box borders running up the wall that divided it from the backs of the adjoining houses. Apparently, too, the number of chimney pots on the roof was the same, the breadth and angle of the eaves, and even the height of the dirty area railings. And yet, this house in the square seemed precisely similar to its 50 ugly neighbors, was as a matter of fact entirely different, horribly different. Wherein lay this marked, invisible difference is impossible to say. It cannot be ascribed wholly to the imagination, because persons who had spent some time in the house, knowing nothing of the facts, had declared positively that certain rooms were so disagreeable they would rather die than enter them again, and that the atmosphere of the whole house produced in them symptoms of genuine terror, while the series of innocent tenants who had tried to live in it and been forced to decamp at the shortest possible notice was indeed little less than a scandal in the town. When Shorthouse arrived to pay a weekend visit to his Aunt Julia in her little house on the seafront at the other end of the town, he found her charged to the brim with mystery and excitement. He had only received her telegram that morning, and he had come anticipating boredom. But the moment he touched her hand and kissed her apple skin wrinkled cheek, he caught the first wave of her electrical condition. The impression deepened when he learned that there were to be no other visitors, and that he had been telegraphed for with a very special object. Something was in the wind, and the something would doubtless bear fruit, for this elderly spinster aunt, with a mania for psychical research, had brains as well as willpower, and by hook or by crook, she usually managed to accomplish her ends. The revelation was made soon after tea, when she sidled close up to him as they paced slowly along the seafront in the dusk.
I've got the keys,
she announced in a delighted yet half-awesome voice.
Got them till Monday.
The key of the bathing machine, or... he asked innocently, looking from the sea to the town. Nothing brought her so quickly to the point as feigning stupidity.
Neither,
she whispered.
I've got the keys of the haunted house in the square, and I'm going there tonight.
Shorthouse was conscious of the slightest possible tremor down his back. He dropped his teasing tone. Something in her voice and manner thrilled him. She was in earnest. "But you can't go alone," he began.
"That's why I wired you,"
she said with decision. He turned to look at her. The ugly, lined, enigmatical face was alive with excitement. There was a glow of genuine enthusiasm round it like a halo. The eyes shone. He caught another wave of her excitement, and a second tremor, more marked than the first, accompanied it. "Thanks, Aunt Julia," he said politely. "Thanks awfully."
"I should not dare to go quite alone," she went on, raising her voice. "But with you, I should enjoy it immensely. You're afraid of nothing, I know."
"Thanks so much," he said again. Is anything likely to happen?"
"A great deal has happened," she whispered, "though it's been most cleverly hushed up. 3 tenants have come and gone in the last few months, and the house is said to be empty for good now."
In spite of himself, Shorthouse became interested. His aunt was so very much in earnest.
"The house is very old indeed,"
she went on,
"and the story, an unpleasant one, dates a long way back. It has to do with a murder committed by a jealous stableman who had some affair with a servant in the house, and one night he managed to secrete himself in the cellar, and when everybody was asleep, he crept upstairs to the servants' quarters, chased the girl down to the next landing, and before anyone could come to rescue, threw her bodily over the banister and into the hall below."
"And the stableman?"
"Was caught, I believe, and hanged for murder. But it all happened a century ago, and I've not been able to get more details of the story."
Shorthouse now felt his interest thoroughly aroused. But though he was not particularly nervous for himself, he hesitated a little on the aunt's account. "On one condition," he said at length.
"Nothing will prevent my going,"
she said firmly.
"But I may as well hear your condition."
"That you guarantee your power of self-control if anything really horrible happens. I mean, that you are sure you won't get too frightened."
"Jim,"
she said scornfully,
"I'm not young. I know nor are my nerves. But with you, I should be afraid of nothing in the world. This, of course, settled it, for Shorthouse had no pretensions to being other than a very ordinary young man, and an appeal to his vanity was irresistible. He agreed to go. Instinctively, by a sort of subconscious preparation, he kept himself and his forces well in hand the whole evening, compelling an accumulative reserve of control by the nameless inward process of gradually putting all the emotions away and turning the key upon them. A process difficult to describe, but wonderfully effective, as all men who have lived through severe trials of the inner man well understand. Later, it stood him in good stead. But it was not until 10:30, when they stood in the hall, well in the glare of friendly lamps, and still surrounded by comforting human influences, that he had to make the first call upon this store of collected strength. For once the door was closed, and he saw the deserted, silent street stretching away, white in the moonlight before them, it came to him clearly that the real test that night would be in dealing with two fears instead of one. He would have to carry his aunt's fears as well as his own. And as he glanced down at her sphinx-like countenance, and realized that it might assume no pleasant aspect in a rush of real terror, he felt satisfied with only one thing in the whole adventure: that he had confidence in his own will and power to stand against any shock that might come. Slowly, they walked along the empty streets of the town. A bright autumn moon silvered the roofs, casting deep shadows. There was no breath of wind, and the trees in the formal gardens by the seafront watched them silently as they passed along. To his aunt's occasional remarks, Shorthouse made no reply, realizing that she was simply surrounding herself with mental buffers, saying ordinary things to prevent herself thinking of extraordinary things. Few windows showed lights, and from scarcely a single chimney came smoke or sparks. Shorthouse had already begun to notice everything, even the smallest details. Presently, they stopped at the street corner and looked up at the name on the side of the house, full in the moonlight, and with one accord, but without remark, turned into the square and crossed over to the side of it that lay in shadow. "The number of the house is 13, whispered a voice at his side, and neither of them made the obvious reference, but passed across the broad sheet of moonlight and began to march up the pavement in silence. It was about halfway up the square that Shorthouse felt an arm slipped quietly but significantly into his own, and knew that their adventure had begun in earnest, and that his companion was already yielding imperceptibly to the influences against them. She needed support. A few minutes later, they stopped before a tall, narrow house that rose before them into the night, ugly in shape and painted a dingy white. Shutterless windows without blinds stared down upon them, shining here and there in the moonlight. There were weather streaks in the wall and cracks in the paint, and the balcony bulged out from the first floor a little unnaturally. But beyond this generally forlorn appearance of the unoccupied house, there was nothing, at first sight, to single out this particular mansion for the evil character it had most certainly acquired. Taking a look over their shoulders to make sure they had not been followed, they went boldly up the steps and stood against the huge black door that fronted them forebodingly. But the first wave of nervousness was now upon them. The Shorthouse fumbled a long time with the key
before he could fit it into the lock at all. For a moment, if truth were told, they both hoped it would not open, for they were a prey to various unpleasant emotions as they stood there on the threshold of their ghostly adventure. Shorthouse, shuffling with the key, hampered by the steady weight on his arm, certainly felt the solemnity of the moment. It was as if the whole world, for all experience, seemed at that instant concentrated in his own consciousness, were listening to the grating noise of that key. A stray puff of wind wandered down the empty street, woke a momentary rustling in the trees behind them, but otherwise this rattling of the key was the only sound audible, and at last it turned in the lock, and the heavy door swung open and revealed a yawning gulf of darkness beyond. With a last glance at the moonlit square, they passed quickly in, and the door slammed behind them with a roar that echoed prodigiously through empty halls and passages. But instantly, with the echoes, another sound made itself heard, and Aunt Julia leaned suddenly so heavily upon him that he had to take a step backwards to save himself from falling. A man had coughed close behind them, so close that it seemed they must have been actually by his side in the darkness. With the possibility of practical jokes in mind, Shorthouse at once swung his heavy stick in the direction of the sound, but it met nothing more solid than air. He heard his aunt give a little gasp beside him.
"There's something here,"
she whispered.
"I heard him."
"Be quiet," he said sternly. "It was nothing but the noise of the front door."
"Oh, get a light, quick,"
she added as her nephew, fumbling with the box of matches, opened it upside down and let them all opened it up upside down and let them all fall with a rattle onto the stone floor. The sound, however, was not repeated, and there was no evidence of retreating footsteps. In another minute, they had a candle burning, using an empty end of a cigar case as a holder, and when the first flare had died down, he held the impromptu lamp aloft and surveyed the scene. And it was dreary enough in all conscience, for there is nothing more desolate in all the abodes of men than an unfurnished house dimly lit, silent, and forsaken, and yet tenanted by rumor with the memories of evil and violent histories. They were standing in a wide hallway. On their left was the open door of a spacious dining room, and in front the hall ran, even narrowing into a long dark passage that led apparently to the top of the kitchen stairs. The broad uncarpeted staircase rose in a sweep before them, everywhere draped in shadows, except for a single spot about halfway up where the moonlight came in through the window and fell on a bright patch of the boards. This shaft of light shed a faint radiance above and below it, lending to the objects within its reach a misty outline that was infinitely more suggestive and ghostly than complete darkness. Filtered moonlight always seems to paint faces on the surrounding gloom, and as Shorthouse peered up into the well of darkness and thought of the countless empty rooms and passages in the upper part of the old house, he caught himself longing again for the safety of the moonlit square, or the cozy, bright drawing room they had left an hour before. Then, realizing that these thoughts were dangerous, he thrust them away again and summoned all his energy for concentration on the present. "Aunt Julia,"
he said aloud severely. "We must now go through the house from top to bottom, make a thorough search." The echoes of his voice died away slowly all over the building, and in the intense silence that followed, he turned to look at her. In the candlelight, he saw that her face was already ghastly pale, but she dropped his arm for a moment and said in a whisper, stepping close in front of him, "I agree. We must be sure there's no one hiding. That's the first thing." She spoke with evident effort, and he looked at her with admiration. "You feel quite sure of yourself? It's not too late." "I think so," she whispered, her eyes shifting nervously toward the shadows behind. "Quite sure. Only one thing." "What's that?" "You must never leave me alone for an instant." "As long as you understand that any sound or appearance must be investigated at once. For to hesitate means to admit fear. That is fatal." "Agreed," she said, a little shakily, after a moment's hesitation. "I'll try." Arm in arm, Shorthouse holding the dripping candle and the stick, while his aunt carried the cloak over her shoulders. Figures of utter comedy to all but themselves, they began a systematic search, stealthily walking on tiptoe and shading the candle lest it should betray their presence through the shutterless windows. They went first thing into the big dining room. There was not a stick of furniture to be seen. Bare walls, ugly mantelpieces, and empty grates stared at them. Everything they felt resented their intrusion, watching them, as it were, with veiled eyes. Whispers followed them. Shadows flitted noiselessly to right and left. Something seemed ever at their back, watching, waiting an opportunity to do them injury. There was the inevitable sense that operations which went on when the room was empty had been temporarily suspended till they were well out of the way again. The whole dark interior of the old building seemed to become a malignant presence that rose up, warning them to desist and mind their own business. Every moment the strain on the nerves increased. Out of the gloomy dining room, they passed through large folding doors into a sort of library or smoking room, wrapped equally in silence, darkness, and dust. And from this they regained the hall near the top of the back stairs. Here, a pitch-black tunnel opened before them into the lower regions, and, it must be confessed, they hesitated, but only for a minute. With the worst of the night still to come, it was essential to turn from nothing. Aunt Julia stumbled at the top step of the dark descent, ill-lit by the flickering candle, and even Shorthouse felt at least half the decision go out of his legs. "Come on," he said, peremptorily, and his voice ran on and lost itself in the dark, empty spaces below. "I'm coming," she faltered, catching his arm with unnecessary violence. They went a little unsteadily down the stone steps, a cold, damp air meeting them in the face, clothes a malodorous. The kitchen, into which the stairs led along a narrow passage, was large, with a lofty ceiling. Several doors opened out of it, some into cupboards, with empty jars still standing on the shelves, and others into horrible little ghostly back offices, each colder and less inviting than the last. Black beetles scurried over the floor, and once,
when they knocked against a deal table standing in a corner. Something about the size of a cat jumped down with a rush and fled, scampering across the stone floor into the darkness. Everywhere there was a sense of recent occupation, an impression of sadness and gloom. Leaving the main kitchen, they next went towards the scullery. The door was standing ajar, and as they pushed it open to its full extent, Aunt Julia uttered a piercing scream, which she instantly tried to stifle by placing her hand over her mouth. For a second, Shorthouse stood stock still, catching his breath. He felt as if his spine had suddenly become hollow, and someone had filled it with particles of ice. Facing them, directly in their way, between the doorposts, stood the figure of a woman. She had disheveled hair and wildly staring eyes, and her face was terrified and white as death. She stood there motionless for the space of a single second. Then the candle flickered, and she was gone. Gone utterly, and the door framed nothing but empty darkness. Only the beastly jumping of candlelight. Oh, only the beastly jumping candlelight, he said quickly, in a voice that sounded like someone else's and was only half under control. Come on, Aunt. There's nothing there. He dragged her forward. With a clattering of feet and a great appearance of boldness, they went on. But over his body the skin moved as if crawling ants covered it, and he knew by the weight on his arm that he was supplying the force of locomotion for two. The scullery was cold, bare, and empty, more like a large prison cell than anything else. They went round it, tried the door into the yard and the windows, but found them all fastened securely. His aunt moved beside him like a person in a dream. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she seemed merely to follow the pressure of his arm. Her courage filled him with amazement. At the same time, he noticed that a certain odd change had come over her face, a change which somehow evaded his power of analysis. "There's nothing here, Auntie," he repeated aloud quickly. "Let's go upstairs and see the rest of the house, and we'll choose a room to wait up in." She followed him obediently, keeping close to his side, and they locked the kitchen door behind them. It was a relief to get up again. In the hall there was more light than before, for the moon had traveled a little further down the stairs. Cautiously they began to go up into the dark vault of the upper house, the boards creaking under their weight. On the first floor, they found the large double drawing rooms, a search of which revealed nothing. Here also was no sign of furniture or recent occupancy, nothing but dust and neglect and shadows. They opened the big folding doors between front and back drawing rooms, and then came out again to the landing and went on upstairs. They had not gone up more than a dozen steps when they both simultaneously stopped to listen, looking into each other's eyes with a new apprehension across the flickering candle flame. From the room they had left hardly 10 seconds before came the sound of doors closing quietly. It was beyond all question. They heard the booming noise that accompanies the shutting of heavy doors, followed by the sharp catching of the latch. "We must go back and see," said Shorthouse briefly, in a low tone, and turning to go downstairs again. Somehow, she managed to drag after him, her feet catching in her dress, her face livid. When they entered the front drawing room, it was plain that the folding doors had been closed half a minute before. Without hesitation, Shorthouse opened them. He almost expected to see someone facing him in the back room, but only darkness and cold air met him. They went through both rooms, finding nothing unusual. They tried in every way to make the doors close of themselves, but there was not wind enough even to set the candle flame flickering. The doors would not move without strong pressure. All was silent as the grave. Undeniably, the rooms were utterly empty, and the house utterly still. "It's beginning," whispered a voice at his elbow, which he hardly recognized as his aunt's. He nodded acquiescence, taking out his watch to note the time. It was 15 minutes before midnight. He made the entry of exactly what had occurred in his notebook, setting the candle in its case upon the floor in order to do so. It took a moment or two to balance it safely against the wall. Aunt Julia always declared that at this moment she was not actually watching him, but had turned her head towards the inner room, where she fancied she heard something moving. But at any rate, both positively agreed that there came a sound of rushing feet, heavy and very swift. In the next instant, the candle was out. But to Shorthouse himself had come more than this, and has always thanked his fortunate stars that it came to him alone and not to his aunt too. For as he rose from the stooping position of balancing the candle, before it was actually extinguished, a face thrust itself forward so close to his own that he could almost have touched it with his lips. It was a face working with passion, a man's face, dark, with thick features and angry, savage eyes. It belonged to a common man, and it was evil in its ordinary normal expression, no doubt. But as he saw it, alive with intense, aggressive emotion, it was a malignant and terrible human countenance. There was no moving of the air, nothing but the sound of rushing feet, stalking or muffled feet, the apparition of the face, and the almost simultaneous extinguishing of the candle. In spite of himself, Shorthouse uttered a little cry, nearly losing his balance as his aunt clung to him with her whole weight in one moment of real, uncontrollable terror. She made no sound, but simply seized him boldly. Fortunately, however, she had seen nothing, but had only heard the rushing of feet, for her control returned almost at once, and he was able to disentangle himself and strike a match. The shadows ran away on all sides before the glare, and his aunt stooped down and groped for the cigar case with the precious candle. Then they discovered that the candle had not been blown out at all. It had been crushed out. The wick was pressed down into the wax, which was flattened as if by some smooth, heavy instrument. How his companion so quickly overcame her terror, Shorthouse never properly understood, but his admiration for her self-control increased tenfold, and at the same time served to feed his own dying flame, for which he was undeniably grateful. Equally inexplicable to him was the evidence of physical force they had just witnessed. He at once suppressed the memory of stories he had heard of physical mediums and their dangerous phenomena. For if these were true, and either his aunt or himself was unwittingly a physical medium, It meant that they were simply aiding to focus the forces of a haunted house already charged to the brim. It was like walking with unprotected lamps among uncovered stores of gunpowder. So, with as little reflection as possible, he simply relit the candle and went up to the next floor. The arm in his trembled, it is true, and his own tread was often uncertain. But they went on with thoroughness, and after a search revealing nothing, they climbed the last flight of stairs to the top floor of all. Here they found a perfect nest of small servants' rooms, with broken pieces of furniture, dirty cane-bottomed chairs, chests of drawers, cracked mirrors, and decrepit bedstands. The rooms had low sloping ceilings, already hung here and there with cobwebs, small windows, and badly plastered walls. A depressing and dismal region which they were glad to leave behind. It was on the stroke of midnight when they entered a small room on the 3rd floor, close to the top of the stairs, and arranged to make themselves comfortable for the remainder of their adventure. It was absolutely bare, and was said to be the room then used as a clothes closet into which the infuriated groom had chased his victim and finally caught her. Outside, across the narrow landing, began the stairs leading up to the floor above, and the servants' quarters where they had just searched. In spite of the chilliness of the night, there was something in the air of this room that cried for an open window. But there was more than this. Shorthouse could only describe it by saying that he felt less master of himself here than in any other part of the house. There was something that acted directly on his nerves, tiring the resolution, enfeebling the will. He was conscious of this result before he had been in the room 5 minutes. And it was in the short time they stayed there that he suffered. The wholesale depletion of his vital forces, which was for himself the chief horror of the whole experience. They put the candle on the floor of the cupboard, leaving the door a few inches ajar, so that there was no glare to confuse the eyes, and no shadow to shift about on the walls and ceilings. Then they spread the cloak on the floor and sat down to wait, with their backs against the wall. Shorthouse was within 2 feet of the door on to the landing. His position commanded a good view of the main staircase. Leading down into the darkness, and also of the beginning of the servants' stairs going to the floor above. The heavy stick lay beside him with easy reach. The moon was now high above the house. Through the open windows they could see the comforting stars like friendly eyes watching in the sky. One by one the clocks of the town struck midnight, and when the sounds died away, the deep silence of a windless night fell again over everything. Only the boom of the sea far away and lugubrious filled the air with hollow murmurs. Inside the house, the silence became awful. Awful, he thought, because any minute now it might be broken by sounds pretending terror. The strain of waiting told more and more severely on the nerves. They talked in whispers when they talked at all, for their voices aloud sounded queer and unnatural. A chilliness not altogether due to the night air invaded the room and made them cold. The influences against them, whatever these might be, were slowly robbing them of self-confidence and the power of decisive action. Their forces were on the wane, and the possibility of real fear took on a new and terrible meaning. He began to tremble for the elderly woman by his side, whose pluck could hardly save her beyond a certain extent. He heard the blood singing in his veins. It sometimes seemed so loud that he fancied it prevented his hearing properly certain other sounds that were beginning very faintly to make themselves audible in the depths of the house. Every time he fastened his attention on these sounds, they instantly ceased. They certainly came no nearer. Yet he could not rid himself of the idea that movement was going on somewhere in the lower regions of the house. The drawing room floor, where the doors had been so strangely closed, seemed too near. The sounds were further off than that. He thought of the great kitchen, with the scurrying black beetles, and of the dismal little scullery. But somehow or other, they did not seem to come from there either. Surely they were not outside the house. Then suddenly, the truth flashed into his mind, and for the space of a minute he felt as if his blood had stopped flowing and turned to ice. The sounds were not downstairs at all. They were upstairs. Upstairs, somewhere among those horrid, gloomy little servants' rooms, with their bits of broken furniture, low ceilings, and cramped windows. Upstairs, where the victim had first been disturbed and stalked to her death. And the moment he discovered where the sounds were, he began to hear them more clearly. It was the sound of feet, moving stealthily along the passage overhead, in and out among the rooms, and past the furniture. He turned quickly to steal a glance at the motionless figure seated beside him, to note whether she had shared his discovery. The faint candlelight coming through the crack in the cupboard door threw her strongly marked face into vivid relief against the white of the wall. But it was something else that made him catch his breath and stare again. An extraordinary something had come into her face and seemed to spread over her features like a mask. It smoothed out the deep lines and drew the skin everywhere a little tighter so that the wrinkles disappeared. It brought into the face, with the sole exception of the old eyes, an appearance of youth and almost of childhood. He stared in speechless amazement that was dangerously near to horror. It was his aunt's face indeed, but it was her face of 40 years ago, the vacant, innocent face of a girl. He had heard stories of that strange effect of terror, which could wipe a human countenance clean of other emotions, obliterating all previous expressions. But he had never realized that it could be literally true, or could mean anything so simply horrible as what he saw now. For the dreadful signature of overmastering fear was written plainly in that utter vacancy of the girlish face beside him, and when, feeling his intense gaze, she turned to look at him, he instinctively closed his eyes tightly to shut out the sight. Yet, when he turned a minute later, his feelings well in hand, he saw to his intense relief another expression. His aunt was smiling. And through the face was deathly white. The awful veil had lifted, and the normal look was returning. "Anything wrong?" was all he could think to say at the moment, and the answer was eloquent, coming from such a woman. "I feel cold, and a little frightened," she whispered. He offered to close the window, but she seized hold of him and begged him not to leave her side even for an instant. "It's upstairs, I know," she whispered with an odd half-laugh. "But I can't possibly go up." But Shorthouse thought otherwise, knowing that in action lay their best hope of self-control. He took the brandy flask, poured out a glass of neat spirit, stiff enough to help anybody over anything. She swallowed it with a little shiver. His only idea now was to get out of the house before her collapse became inevitable. But this could not safely be done by turning tail and running from the enemy. Inaction was no longer possible. Every minute he was growing less master of himself, and desperate, aggressive measures were imperative without further delay. Moreover, the action must be taken towards the enemy, not away from it. The climax, if necessary and unavoidable, would have to be faced boldly. He could do it now, but in 10 minutes he might not have the force left to act for himself, much less for both. Upstairs, the sounds were meanwhile becoming louder and closer, accompanied by occasional creaking of the boards. Someone was moving stealthily about, stumbling now and then awkwardly against the furniture. Waiting a few moments to allow the tremendous dose of spirits to produce its effect, and knowing this would last but a short time under the circumstances, Shorthouse then quietly got on his feet, saying in a determined voice, "Now, Aunt Julia, we'll go upstairs and find out what all this noise is about. You must come too. It's what we agreed." He picked up his stick and went to the cupboard for the candle. A limp form rose shakily beside him, breathing hard, and he heard a voice say very faintly something about being ready to come. The woman's courage amazed him. It was so much greater than his own, and as they advanced, holding aloft the dripping candle, some subtle force exhaled from this trembling, white-faced old woman at his side that was the true source of his inspiration. It held something really great that shamed him and gave him the support without which he would have proved far less equal to the occasion. They crossed the dark landing, avoiding with their eyes the deep black space over the banister. Then they began to mount the narrow staircase to meet the sounds which, minute by minute, grew louder and nearer. About halfway up the stairs, Aunt Julia stumbled, and Shorthouse turned to catch her by the arm. And just at that moment there came a terrific crash in the servants' quarters overhead. It was instantly followed by a shrill, agonized scream that was a cry of terror and a cry for help, melted into one. Before they could move aside or go down a single step, someone came rushing along the passage overhead, blundering horribly, racing madly at full speed, 3 steps at a time, down the very staircase where they stood. The steps were light and uncertain, but close behind them sounded the heavier tread of another, and the staircase seemed to shake. Shorthouse and his companion just had time to flatten themselves against the wall when the jumble of flying steps was upon them, and 2 persons, with the slightest possible interval between them, dashed past at full speed. It was a perfect whirlwind of sound breaking in upon the midnight silence of the empty building. The 2 runners, pursuer and pursued, had passed cleanly through them where they stood, and already, with a thud, the boards below had received first one, then the other. Yet they had seen absolutely nothing. Not a hand, or arm, or face, or even a shred of flying clothing. There came a second's pause. Then the first one, the lighter of the two, obviously the pursued one, ran with uncertain footsteps into the little room which Shorthouse and his aunt had just left. The heavier one followed. There was a sound of scuffling, gasping, and smothered screaming, and then out onto the landing came the step of a single person treading weightily. A dead silence followed for the space of half a minute, and then was heard a rushing sound through the air. It was followed by a dull, crashing thud in the depths of the house below, on the stone floor of the hall. Utter silence reigned after. Nothing moved. The flame of the candle was steady. It had been steady the whole time, and the air had been undisturbed by any moment whatsoever. Palsied with terror, Aunt Julia, without waiting for her companion, began fumbling her way downstairs. She was crying gently to herself, and when Shorthouse put his arm round her and carried her, half carried her, he felt that she was trembling like a leaf. He went into the little room and picked up the cloak from the floor, and arm in arm, walking very slowly, without speaking a word or looking once behind them, they marched down the 3 flights into the hall. In the hall they saw nothing, but the whole way down the stairs they were conscious that someone followed them, step by step. When they went faster, it was left behind. When they went more slowly, it caught them up. But never once did they look behind to see, and at each turning of the staircase they lowered their eyes for fear of the following horror they might see upon the stairs above. With trembling hands, Shorthouse opened the front door, and they walked out into the moonlight and drew a deep breath of the cool night air, blowing in from the sea. Well, that was a good one. Good lord. That one was chilling. Ugh. Bleh. Well, guys, are you thoroughly chillied? I really like that use of the term. For some reason, like, I imagine... Right, it was chillied. Chillied was in there a few times. I'm positive. Hang on. Oh, chilliness. That's what it was. I'm spooked out of my jimmies. Ah. Yeah, so there's an actual short film inspired by The Rake. If you just type in YouTube The Rake, a short film inspired by the Creepypasta Tale, it'll pop up. Here, I'll even post the title in there. I haven't seen this one, But what I have seen is I Heard It Too. I Heard It Too is terrifying. And very not okay. I'd recommend maybe watching it tomorrow morning. But I mean, if you're down, you can watch it right now. Yeah, here's the title of the one I was thinking of. I'll put it in the chat. I Heard It Too. Dude, I don't know. I'm at like an impasse here. I kind of want to watch it again, but I also know that it's gonna keep me up. It will keep me up. You know, I'm man enough to admit that if I remember it correctly, it is, yeah, just remarkably not okay. This one looks interesting. Don't Look Away. There's a fair amount of like good short films. Probably just as many good horror short films as there are good horror short stories. Ah, heck yeah. Very good. I hope you enjoy the creepiness of the morrow to come. A real fright night. A spooky, scary Saturday and Sunday. Me, on the other hand, I may have like some spook, but it won't be nearly as bad as tonight. We're doing a Sci-Fi Sunday tomorrow. It ought to be good. I still have to compile the various stories that we'll be reading, but I do have some SCPs that I'd like to read. I may even, there's supposedly like a really chilling SCP story called We Need to Talk About 55 that my friend Harrison suggested. I'm thinking that one's longer, but I may be willing to like let that be half of the episode. I'd be down with that. Also, if I don't, I might not get you the stems for the intro theme tonight, but I will do that tomorrow, latest. Promise. Man, that was good. What was that? The Empty House? I really like the description at the beginning. Like, it has a strong intro. Certain houses, like certain persons, manage somehow to proclaim at once their character for evil. That first line, I don't know, that caught my attention at least. Got me hooked right away. Oh, word. Thanks, bye. And thanks for joining for like the whole stream. It was really cool to have you guys here. And we had, I don't know, it may just be me, but I feel we had some really good ones tonight. I'd say my favorites of the night were The Cats of Ulthar, The Artist, and The Empty House, for sure. Those three, I think, took the cake for me. Which one did I like the best out of those three, though? I think The Artist. Dude, it's a tough call between The Empty House and The Artist. The Empty House is so classic. It's so classic. It's just that idea of just a haunted house. Yet I don't know, the degree at which like Algernon Blackwood brings you into the description And yeah, I don't know. The detail is impressive to me. The rake and the artist. Yeah, I'm hoping to, I think I'll try to bring in more, at least like one creepypasta per thing. Even if it's, I know Coleman says that he might know one that's scary, but also kind of silly and funny. I'm definitely down to include one of those one night, so that we leave off the night on like on a funny tone, or like a lighter-hearted tone. I'm glad The Empty House was last, because I feel like it's one of those things where it's such a classic tale that sadly it kind of loses some of its luster, if you know what I mean. Right, like I can read a tale about like a haunted house and it be, you know, incredibly detailed and as great as it, you know, as that just was, but leave feeling still quite sure of myself and not, you know, not in any danger of losing sleep. I love things that seem real too. Sometimes there's nothing scarier than something that seems like it's written by a normal person, like they experienced it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think some of the best horror stories are definitely from the I perspective. I feel like most are, right? Yeah, even oh, actually, it's interesting. The Cats of Ulthar was one of the first ones that we've read, I think, that is just kind of a tale of more like an account, you know? It's not from like an I perspective, it's just like a tale of like, hey, once upon a time in Ulthar, cats weren't allowed to be killed. Here's why. That was pretty cool. Oh, dang. It's pretty late. We went pretty far into the night. I'm glad we got, I was able to read all the ones that I wanted to read tonight. And we had a good roster of things, of stories. I think it took me a little bit to like warm up. I did spend about 3 days like off from reading aloud, and weirdly enough, I can tell. Like I don't know. I think I felt like a little nervous going into it, and I don't know. I might look back and like listen to parts of the first few and see if it's as obvious as I feel it is. Yeah, some artists don't pull it off too well. They get too scripted and have the characters knowing exactly what to do and stuff. I feel that. Noise. Booyah. And I got away with it too. But, man, I was gonna say if not for you meddling kids, but that doesn't work because I did get away with it. Precisely. Booyah. Also, I was gonna look into, because another horror series that chilled me to the bone was Junji Ito. I don't know if any of you have watched that anime. Yeah, it's an anime. Nothing like the stereotypes, but it is an anime. I was trying to see if like there's accounts like of Junji Ito in like in just writing, you know. I know it's in manga form, but I was wondering if there are actual like, you know, translations into like just regular story or written word, because I would love to recount some of those tales. Or even, I don't know, would that be copyright infringement if I find like a like the online manga, we read it through together? I don't know. That's something that I really want to do though. Does he does he not just write the manga? Does he do like short stories and junk? Yeah, it's manga Lovecraft. Oh yeah, no, I'm familiar for sure. I want to read yeah, I want to like cuz I can when I go into here, I can bring up my display like in the area above. And it'd be really cool if we could read yeah, if we could read Junji Ito together, cuz I know of places where I could like display it up there, but he might do some stuff that's text only. Nice. I'll do some research. Does anybody know of like about the whole like copyright stuff? If it would be okay if I like put the manga up and let us read it together? Is that a no-no? I know there's one. I don't know if it's by Junji Ito, but there's one that I want to find again. That would be a really good one to share with you guys. Have you seen the one with the silhouettes in the big like mountain wall, or they're like human shaped holes in a big mountain wall? You know what I'm talking about? I'm reading up on the new stuff. What does that mean? Oh, Twitch stuff. Yeah. I'm not very well versed in any of that. I feel like it'd be okay for Twitch, especially with how like small a channel I am, but I know when I put on, like, I know YouTube is real picky on copyright infringement stuff. I know that like any of the previous streams that I've done where I include like those lo-fi playlists in the background, or I play other people's songs like during the breaks, instant demonetization. Which, I mean, it is okay, like, so long as they don't take down my channel, that's fine by me. But yeah. Yeah, I know, I expected as much, but yeah. I don't know, but how come I'm allowed to do that on Twitch? Is it just because they don't have like as good of monitoring? What's up with that? I don't know. But anyways, from here on, I am gonna be playing my own music during the breaks. And I think I'll just do like ambience kind of stuff in the background when I'm just having chats. It's nice with like horror nights and junk because I can put on the spooky dark ambience. But it seems like that stuff is like royalty free. Clips. Okay. Not full streams though, just clips. Like highlights. Cause I haven't seen any of my streams get got. Yeah, I'd love to feature yeah, music's from friends. Music from friends. I would really love to do that. Cause yeah, I can only produce music so quickly, and I only have I mean, I do have like a fair repertoire of stoofs to play, but it will be repeated at some point. So it'd be cool to throw up some friends' songs. You might mute VODs with copywritten stuff at the sections where it is. Okay, that's not too bad. Thankfully, like whenever I do reading portions, like especially on the normal weekday streams, it's just me reading. Right on. We'll probably try it. I want to at least try it. If if they tell me, hey, stop that, I'll be like, okay, cool, no worries, dude. But I do actually, I really like that idea of like reading through some Junji Ito with you guys. At the very least, I want to find that that one manga I'm thinking about too. You have no idea. You might have no idea what I'm talking about, but there's a manga with holes in a big wall that are the shape of humans. And it's very spooky and unsettling. It's good stuff. Alerts? What do you mean? Like the little things that pop up when people follow or do the stuff. Yeah, you know that one, Coleman? Heck yeah. They have copyright alerts. I still don't know what that is. Amigara Fault? Yo, did you find it? Yeah. Yeah. Let's go. Like ours is a Stitch GIF when we get a follower. Yeah, it's not copyright alerts, right? Oh, copywritten alert. Ah, I get you. Sorry. Yeah. No, I mean, heck. Look at my man's over here. Imagine, is Snoopy copywritten at this point? No worries, no worries. Yeah. All right. I found a Yeah. Do you guys know? Hang on. I am gonna bring up my display for a second. Display capture. Yeah. Do you guys know this one? Hang on. You guys know that? The Enigma of Amigara Fault. Dude, it is good. It is so good. It's fairly short. I forget how long it is, but I know it's pretty short. It is so good though. Yeah, I'm gonna favorite this page and we'll revisit it. Spooky Halloween of Doom. Why is it called that? I go to bookmark it, and it immediately has the best name possible. That's good stuff. But yeah, I'll prepare some stuff for next Friday. Like, we'll read through the Enigma of Amigara Fault, and I'll pick out one of my favorites from the Junji Ito collection. Nice. Sick, dudes. That's exciting as heck. The true horror. Look at him just poking up. I want to leave him just right here. Alright, no more. before we go though, Snoopy is going to have to go on fire again. I'm sorry. This is just how it must be. Dude, with the ambient music in the background too. You just see, dude, if I saw this at the foot of my bed, creeping up slowly, that smile of his, get it out of here. Get it out of here right now. Yeah, no, that's fair. That is fair. Alright. Enough fun for tonight. I'm gonna call it there. I'm a sleepy boy. Had a long drive today. But this was, like I said, this was a really sweet night. It's good to be back. I'm so glad so many of you showed up to hang out and get terrified. Hopefully. Or at the very least, entertained. This was fun. I pray everybody has a splendid night. Remember that you are strong of will, and you need not be scared. For you're strong. And remember to smile. Like, go smile at yourself in a mirror or something. It'll shake you out of any shivers or chills that you might have. Or I can smile at you, give you a wink, and boom, fear's gone. But no, for real. I hope you have a splendid night. And thanks for staying up with me, listening to the stories. All right, we're probably gonna have the outro be the slowed version of the Freaky Friday theme. Wait, what? I'll let you decide. Do you guys want Nightcore or slowed or normal? There's 3 options. Thanks, bye. Nightcore, slowed, or normal? Alright, I got one for normal. We'll go with that. Alright, guys. I'll leave you with a spooky song. Good night. I love you all. Hope to see you tomorrow for Sci-Fi Sunday. Alright, good night.
Scream, cry, hold your breath. Cold as death. Look behind you if you dare. If so, beware. Anxious hearts beat loud, my dear. It smells your fear. It won't act till you're alone. You only postpone.
Gives me the willies every time I think of it.
I heard it too.